So is this it? We get started?
Yeah, I think so.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
So good morning, everyone. I think most of you know me. For those you don't, I'm Fred Kemp. I'm President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. And I'm delighted to welcome you to our jointly hosted conference on addressing foreign influence, which aims to discuss the challenges and gaps in our national security that emerge from foreign interference against our societies, particularly interference that utilizes both high and low-tech means. These challenges are too often addressed in policy dialogue without technologists in the room, or they're addressed by technologists without policymakers in the room, or they're addressed without either of them in the room, and there's no knowledge at all. And that's why we've partnered with the great folks at Carnegie Mellon University's Heinz College of Information Systems and Public Policy to put some experts here in the room with us. Before I go forward, I just want to say to Dean Krishnan that it's a pleasure. What you're going to hear in January, probably, two things, is we'll be launching a geotech center at the Atlantic Council. We've been working on the launch of this for some months already, and we have founding partners assembled, and we're very proud we're going to launch it, and it's going to look at the geopolitical impact of technological change as its headline, but obviously looking at societal impact, economic impact, and all the rest of it as well. Carnegie Mellon is going to be a thought partner for us, a thought leadership partner for us in this endeavor. And so thank you very much for that. We're looking forward to working with you on a whole broad range of issues. The second thing, where's David Bray? You can actually sit on the grown-ups table here too. So David is David. We will announce in January is the new director of that center. So thank you very much. It's great to have you. Great to have you take that over. So. It's really exciting. You guys, this is all under Atlantic Council rules, which is Chatham House with military reinforcements. So, but tweet it out if you want. I don't care. It's fine. So we've got three great panels for today. The first will be looking back to the 2016 and 18 U.S. elections to see how foreign interference took shape in the U.S. and draw upon the lessons learned. After lunch, we'll look at how technology and foreign interference impacts our daily lives and how tools such as machine learning and artificial intelligence can aid us in protecting our critical infrastructure and strengthen the resilience of societies. And then lastly, we're going to reach across the Atlantic and welcome the ambassadors from Sweden and Estonia, countries on the front lines of the foreign interference question and disinformation campaigns, to share their views and the tools their countries have developed to protect themselves. I think many of you also know that we, for some time now, have had our own digital forensic research lab that works very forward-based and 24/7 on this set of issues. So what we'll be doing in the Geotech Center on these issues will very much and many other issues will very much complement in an analytical sense and strategic sense what we're also doing with the lab, which we're very proud of. Whenever a new and disruptive technology is developed, we're often playing catch-up to understand how it affects us and how we need to respond. And that's why the Atlantic Council is investing so much time into programming like this today that pushes the dialogue forward, cultivates expertise, and highlights the critical issue to decision makers. We're thankful to our partners and experts for joining us today. And I want to thank you all for coming to participate, and please participate. Next, I want to introduce Ambassador Mendelson, a Distinguished Service Professor of Public Policy and head of Heinz College in Washington, D.C. at Carnegie Mellon University. She served as the U.S. representative to the Economic and Social Council at the United Nations, and prior to her appointment as ambassador, she was Deputy Assistant Administrator at USAID from 2010 to 2014, where you were the lead on democracy, human rights, and governance. She spent over 2 decades working on development and human rights at a host of international institutions. So, Ambassador Mendelson, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning and welcome, a rainy Monday morning. We're delighted to be co-hosting this event. So let me thank you, Fred, and your colleagues from the Atlantic Council, in particular, John Herbst. You probably know that in Paris right now there's a meeting going on to discuss the Russian war in Ukraine, and so we're hoping some good news comes out of that. John, I'm just mentioning your name and what's going on in Paris. But also Melinda and Adrian, Graham Brookie from the Digital Forensic Research Lab, and of course my team, Marie Coleman and Robin Cole, without whom we would not be here today. And thanks very much to my colleagues from Carnegie Mellon for making the trek, in many cases from Pittsburgh. We really appreciate. And as you say, we're really trying to fill a gap here, where oftentimes we have policymakers very happily talking about these issues without technologists keeping us honest in the room. And we suspect that there are conversations, or we worry they're not conversations with technologists not addressing these issues. So this meeting conceptually has a long history. In fact, from the very first conversations I had with Carnegie Mellon about coming on board, we were talking about this issue. So that goes back over 2 years. We didn't imagine, though, that we'd have historic hearings in Congress going on at the same time, but there you have it. Let me just briefly mention the motivation for this meeting, at least from my perspective. As some of you know, I spent a chunk of my professional life working on Russia, both in terms of democracy and human rights inside Russia, as well as on their foreign policy more generally. This meeting, in many ways, explicitly and in other ways implicitly, is about understanding a needed transatlantic policy and tech response to what a lot of us see as the new Russian foreign policy, the new/old Russian foreign policy. This new old Russian foreign policy involves not only the use of force in neighboring countries, specifically Ukraine, but active measures that include hacks, social media manipulation, assassination on foreign territory, and more generally, sowing doubt and confusion, creating chaos in American and European institutions that we associate with democracy. Therefore, understanding the what and the why, but also the how of this foreign policy is critical. And here's where my colleagues who have spent less time thinking maybe about Russia, but who are thinking a lot about social media, machine learning, and other 21st century technologies are absolutely critical. And of course, Russia is not the only actor in the space. So around the world, obviously, increasingly, technology dominates our everyday lives. And at Heinz, we take pride in being at the intersection of people, policy, and technology. Actually, Heinz has been at the intersection of people, policy, and technology for a long time. In some ways, everybody else has caught up. But this meeting is meant to fill that gap of having technologists and policy experts in the room talking about the same thing. So in our effort to have this robust transatlantic policy tech dialogue, I ask you to keep a couple meta questions in mind. The first is, do technologists even see the problem the same way that the policy experts do? And if not, what's the difference? Number one. Number two, what are the tools that already exist to deter, detect, or respond to the interference from a tech perspective? Equally important, where are the gaps? Where is there more research needed? And what are the non-tech solutions we need to keep in mind, such as the role of public awareness or digital literacy? Finally, I very much hope that this is going to be an interactive conversation where you'll all feel interested and engaged and will participate. There's a lot of knowledge in the room from different perspectives, and we want to hear from everyone. But I hope that this is not just the first convening on this issue with the Atlantic Council and other interested partners, and that these convenings lead to action and response. We know this problem set is not going away anytime soon. So thanks for being here, and I look forward to learning a lot today. Thanks so much. And I think without further ado, we're going to hand it over to our first panel. I'm going to move to the side.
Same problem.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you. That's the kind of energy that we're looking for. Thank you, everybody, for braving the rain. I hope that nobody melted en route to the Atlantic Council this morning. My name is Graham Brookie. I'm the director and managing editor of the Digital Forensic Research Lab here at the Atlantic Council. Again, thank you for joining. We're going to get down to brass tacks, but a few kind of housekeeping notes before we begin. This conversation is live streamed in the back. There's a camera right there in case any of you didn't know already. Any of the questions are on record, and so we will answer accordingly. But your questions will also be on record, just for you to know. This is intended to be as conversational as humanly possible. That's why we are set up like this, as opposed to a bunch of seats without any writing room or us on a stage a little bit elevated. And so very much intended for that to be the case. This session will run 1.5 hours. We'll start a little bit with kind of framing thoughts or topics. We'll talk a little bit amongst ourselves, but the whole point of this is to get you all incorporated into the conversation. Okay. This session specifically is on 2016, 2018, and what we're actually seeing in the realm of countering foreign influence as well as disinformation. It is my duty as the director of the DFR Lab to give a few framing things so that we all know what in the world we're talking about when we're talking about disinformation or foreign influence operations, things like that. So the way that we conceptualize this from the standpoint of the DFR Lab is A, fake news. That's a topic that we're going to roll up into a ball and throw out the door. That's not relevant. It turns out it's not a very good research term that we use or that we don't use at the DFR Lab. So that phrase is now banned from this conversation unless it's in helping to provide context. The terms that we do use at the DFR Lab are misinformation, and that's the spread of false information without intent. It's what my crazy uncle does around Thanksgiving. It's a little bit more pervasive, a little harder to deal with, but the spread of false information without intent. Disinformation is the spread of false information with intent, and a few categories that we kind of consider from the DFR Lab within disinformation or below disinformation as we're building out the dichotomies for this group to kind of frame the discussion around. Geopolitical disinformation, that's where we would put foreign influence operations. That's going to be most relevant to this conversation today. Ideological disinformation, and that's where we see a good amount of domestic actors trying to spread false information or miscontextualize information in and amongst themselves. I would say, from our perspective, the scale and scope of domestic disinformation from ideological actors is much higher than the scale and scope of foreign actors. And then last is economic disinformation. And that's the bucket where we would put things like Macedonian teenagers and clickbait news. The spread of disinformation for financial gain. Just as a matter of framing exactly what this looks like in order to not have, a senator spouting off about various terms that they see, and then everything is not necessarily a Russian bot at this point, which is a challenge that I think everybody up here at least has faced in the last 6 months. Before we get into our panelists, I'll give a very brief overview of what we have seen specifically from 2016 to 2018 as a mechanism to frame this conversation. Two quick things in general, what we've seen as overall trends. More scrutiny, and that's generally a good thing, more scrutiny against foreign influence operations, against disinformation or on disinformation. The bad thing is that we've seen more sophistication. And so the bad actors are getting better at being bad. And so our response is going to have to be adaptive or evolutionary, and that's what this group is convened to do today. For the purposes of this conversation as well, I'll use Russian information operations as an example, but I would again note the scale and scope of domestic disinformation is what we've seen at a lot higher rates than anything else. And there's also more actors getting into this game. Okay, so 2016, what we saw is at this point a historical fact. There is a huge body of evidence to back up the fact that there was a catastrophically successful information operation that focused on U.S. elections that year. A few very specific things about those information operations. What we saw included original content creation, influencer development, and growth hacking for audience, which we can get into a bit, as well as large-scale automation. And that's where we get now the meme of Russian bot activity. The two overarching things about that is it was blatant and blunt force, and I would gander to this group that it was more successful than anybody ever thought it would be, including the Russians. In 2018, the shift that we saw was more scrutiny here in the United States. That's generally a good thing. But we saw what I would consider to be adaptive measures, which for the Russia experts in the room, I'm sorry for the terrible play on words, adaptive measures. And by that, I mean the tactics that we saw was less automation, no audience development, not as much original content coming from traditional actors like the Internet Research Agency, and more targeting of specific audiences with existing content in order to drive up online engagement and try to shift that into action in the real world. And if all of those words don't make any sense to you at all, what that actually means is admins of Facebook groups being added to existing activist pages and then saying things like, okay, well, today we're going to go and protest in a parking lot in Texas. And then the day before that happened, the Russian in the group was like, I'm really sick and somebody should take up the loudspeaker. That's kind of how that works. That's what we saw. Two very, very important dates within that kind of very brief timeline. September 2017, in response to a number of the Senate investigations, what we saw was companies take down a huge amount of networks. And so Twitter took down specifically 10 million tweets, 9 million of which were deemed to be from the IRA or from the Internet Research Agency. And Facebook took down a number of sets as well. Those have all been investigated by groups like the DFR Lab, by groups like Graphica, by what is now the Stanford Internet Observatory, CMU, absolutely, which Kathleen will get into in a moment. But that all happened in September 2017. Now, the month after that, what we saw is similar accounts pop up again. And what they were doing was different stuff. And so where we talk about the shift from 2016 to 2018, that's the moment that it happened. And then we had a number of takedowns in August of 2018 that were very significant, and which we can get into. So ahead of 2020, I would say that everything is on the table, which is what this group is designed to solve for. I think we have the right people in the room to do it. We definitely have the right panelists to do it. A few kind of specific things that we need to get into are discourse disinfo, and that's the spread of narratives ahead of elections, as well as process disinfo, which is slightly easier to solve for. Things like don't go vote at this very specific voting place, as well as new technologies and where we'll kind of see new emerging threat actors or threat vectors. What I would say there is I would sell on deepfakes and I would buy on spicy memes, but that's what we're designed to get into a little bit. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the panelists up here with me. To my left is Dr. Kathleen Carley. She is the professor and director of the Center for Computational Analysis and Social and Organizational Systems at CMU, Carnegie Mellon University, who is our partner in the effort for today. To my right is the inimitable Ambassador Dan Fried. I'm not going to go into all of the positions that Dan has held in the United States government because we would be here for a few days. But as of right now, he is the Weiser Family Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council, and we are grateful to have him. Over to the left is Dr. Ed Hovey, the research professor for Language Technologies Institute at Carnegie Mellon University. And over to the far right, and I want to just note geolocation-wise, but not politically speaking, because this is a nonpartisan organization, the director of the National Risk Management Center, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, CISA, at the Department of Homeland Security, Director Bob Kolaski. And so, if you're sitting there and thinking to yourself, this is the Star Wars bars of experts on this issue, here's what we're going to do. The whole point of this is to get into the granularity of the tech that we're actually talking about, and then the geopolitical, the context of which it falls into, the geopolitics, and then what we're going to do about it. And so, how that's going to work is we'll start with a focus on tech. And Dr. Carley, in your work building the Center for Informed Democracy and Social Cybersecurity, the IDEAS Center at CMU, how do you see the spread of disinformation from the standpoint of computer science? Like, what are the nuts and the bolts, and how does it actually, what are we actually talking about when we talk about foreign influence operations from a tech standpoint?
Okay. Turn this on.
Yep.
So, good morning. So, in IDEAS, where we're looking at disinformation, we identified as not just one kind of thing, but we've actually identified over 16 different kinds of disinformation, ranging from those that are trivial, easy to spot, like the sharks in water, that go out there and they're called out and gone within a couple of days, to the more insidious ones that rely on subtle uses of illogic and anecdotal information to support a disinformation campaign. In the United States, one of the most popular of those, of course, is the anti-vax campaign. In the Center for IDEAS, what we've been looking at is looking at this from a variety of perspectives. We actually look at social cyber forensics, identifying who is doing what to whom. In this particular case, we're combining journalistic techniques with computational machine learning, social network analysis, etc., to language technologies and so on, to identify not that Joe is doing something, but that this is being conducted by a reputable news agency or a bot or a cyborg or a troll. We're also working on what are called the maneuvers. That is, how are campaigns being conducted? And to that end, have developed a new technique that we call BEND that actually builds off of work that was done at the Atlantic Council on what have been called the 4 Ds of disinformation, involving distort, dismay, distract, and I never remember the fourth one. And so we've extended that to actually look at 16 different maneuvers. These are now operationalized and they're in use across a variety of different groups. The point about this is that information maneuvers, we have found, are conducted not just by affecting the narrative, which people are very used to thinking about, but by actually building and shaping through social media who is talking to whom. One of the most effective campaigns that was conducted was actually done where in this case, Russian influence came in. There was no group there. What there was a bunch of young men who did not know each other, but they liked to share light porn pictures of women. And what they used is they used bot technology to actually send out new messages that basically in those messages mentioned multiple ones of these young men, which caused them to be prioritized to each other through, say, the Twitter interface, which then led them to follow each other. That then built a community of these young men, all sharing the same images, at which point they switched over and used a cyborg to actually tell them where to go get guns and how to get involved in the fight around Crimea. So bots and cyborgs and trolls are actually used in a variety of influence campaigns, as we call them, like the BEND maneuvers. Beyond this, it's also possible to counter those. We've been developing new technologies for countering techniques. We've identified a few strategies, such as the use of satire and calling out, but a lot more needs to be done. This is a huge gap in the area. Following that, there will always be some things to get through, and that's where resilience comes in. And that's where we're working on new techniques for doing things like educating individuals for how to respond to, notice, capture, pay attention to, and not fall for various dirty tricks in the area, as well as community-type programs for just increasing awareness on what is the realm of the possible in this area. From this perspective, we've seen a lot of different influence, and using these techniques, we've been able to identify a lot of different influence in election campaigns and during national disasters throughout the world. We have bot detection, cyborg detection, troll detection, meme detection techniques. And what we found in every single election, both in the US and in Western Europe, was that the bots were not the ones who were actually starting these campaigns. The campaigns often started in blogs. They moved in for amplification into Twitter, where bots were used to amplify them. They moved into Facebook, where bots were used to amplify them. They moved into and utilized images and videos on YouTube, where bots were used to cause the videos to trend. And then these things would then go out. In every single election where we saw Russian influence, they did three things. One is they found groups that were already opposing each other, infiltrated those, and made sure that the conversation got increasingly excited on the one hand, dismaying on the other hand, so that the groups became increasingly polarized and more antagonistic toward each other. This was done even by supporting things that sounded like good news stories, like, yay, Germany's going to be involved in NATO. Okay, so they could increase polarization. Second thing that they would do is they would repurpose bots by other groups. So there's a group of Japanese anime bots out there that you thought were just spreading cartoons, but they were repurposed and used to actually engage in these elections and to cause trouble strategically. They would sleep, they would come into various groups' accounts, sit there and raise attention by being followers, but do nothing, just sit there doing nothing. And then strategically, during the election would start then not only spreading out information by candidates that they liked, countering as though they were an insider comments by candidates that they didn't like. So a variety of different kinds of actions and so on that we've been able to spot and so on. Another big area that the research is going on right now is identifying when these are due to, like, the lone wolf, the individual acting alone, versus when they are orchestrated, and they represent a campaign that is being coordinated, conducted, and organized by a group. Looking at new techniques for identifying things that occur by the temporal patterns, it must be orchestrated, and by the order in which it occurs. Increasingly, we're seeing a large number of campaigns that come in from the sides and then start orchestrating the timing of releasing information. And not just one disinformation story, but multiple ones that are linked together, and sometimes over the course of several months, so as to create kind of this atmosphere of, well, it must be true because it's coming from many sources, and there's more and more information enhancements coming out. One of the big things that is supporting this is the spread of memes. Memes are incredibly powerful. I am totally with you on memes are important. We actually have seen campaigns that have been used with memes where one meme and then enhancements and evolution of that meme had more effect than all the other stories coming out on the other side from, that were good. An example would have been, again, with NATO. NATO had the Viking warrior story. Russia had the defense minister meme. The Viking warrior story was well received. Okay, lots of likes. It went across multiple different platforms. The meme almost went viral, and it showed four women defense ministers in Europe, defense minister of Russia, and the implication it was, Europe is weak because they have all these women running the defense. They don't know anything, whereas Russia is strong because they've got a man leading it, and he's in uniform and he understands the military. Okay, absolutely went viral. So these are the kinds of things that we are seeing. We're also seeing attacks from Russia that are aimed at particular groups. In all of Western Europe and in the U.S., we saw repeats of attacks that were anti-women, infiltrating groups, that were anti-LGBTQ, than that were anti whatever the ethnic group that was causing disgruntlement in that country. As we move into the Indonesian Pacific area, we're seeing other kinds of behavior that aren't as outright obvious as this. But again, these long-standing orchestrated campaigns. And like I said, we now have technologies for not only identifying these, but for identifying when they come from a bot, when they come from a cyborg, whether this appears to come from a legitimate or illegitimate news agency, when you have trolls involvement, when trolls being the ones who speak with an abusive language and also try to disrupt things. So lots of language technologies and so on.
Before we turn to Dr. Hovey, one housekeeping tip for this group all to know is that if you have any questions about source material, so if we cruise past a reference that you're like, that's a very interesting reference, I wonder what the actual data behind that is, or I wonder what the evidence behind that is. There's a good amount of policymakers as well as academics in this room who would be more than happy to send you literally any source material that you would like. So please make a note of it. Grab one of us on the back end of this entire event and ask for that source material, and you'll get it by the end of the day. One question for this entire group is the tool or behavior the thing that drives the disinformation? So for companies like Facebook right now, they are looking less at content and more at what they would call coordinated inauthentic behavior. That's a question to get into a little bit later. But before we turn to Dr. Hovey, can you extrapolate a little bit on detection and exactly like when we say technologies for detection, what do we actually mean? Is there, like the commercial for Staples, is there an easy button that you can just press that says this is definitely disinformation, or are you looking platform by platform? What data sets are actually going into that, and how do you build computer science around them?
So it's much, much easier to detect who is spreading disinformation than to detect disinformation itself. So the technologies for identifying who is spreading it include both machine learning and network science type techniques for identifying that it's a bot or a cyborg, etc. Identifying the disinformation itself is very, very difficult because if it's the easy kind, like the sharks in the water and things like that, you can use image recognition and you can use fact checkers and so on. The vast majority of it that is more influential, particularly from a geopolitical perspective, are stories of innuendo, stories of illogic. They're very hard to detect. And, while we are working on technologies there that blend lots of different techniques, they cannot use traditional machine learning techniques. They can't use, because you don't have enough ground truth to do that. They can't use a lot of other techniques that are out there because they're just, each one is a relatively special case. And so one thing we're trying to do right now is trying to figure out what are the kind of common threads so that we can do technologies to support the analyst, and so on, to actually identify them. It's very difficult to spot.
Thank you. Dr. Hovey, to build on that, how can similar technology be used to better understand and detect and perhaps even deter disinformation from your own work?
Okay, so good morning. Thanks for being here. I've been doing language research in language and semantics for about 30 years now. In the group that brought you, say, Google or speech recognition, like when you speak to United Airlines, or question answering like Watson, IBM's Watson and things like this. And every 5-6 years, a new challenge comes up like this one, and it becomes very interesting to think about what's going on when you communicate with one another. How does that work? And in this case, what is disinformation and misinformation, and how do you recognize it, and like what can you do about it? From my perspective, I think these things are so pernicious and so successful because it's not very difficult to do, because they leverage the way we are as people. It is the case that we make little bubbles of like-minded groups, confirmation bubbles, and we sort of gravitate together. And so it's very easy to find a little group, and as Kathleen was describing, get into it and just push just a little bit, push, and get into another group and just push. And pretty soon groups are very far apart without much effort that you need to do, right? It's also the case that if something excites your emotion, whether positively or negatively, you tend to want to tell people. If you read something that's kind of, I knew that already, you don't retweet it, you don't sort of, but when you see something that makes you angry, makes you happy, you send it out. So the speed of dispersal of information that is sort of more inflammatory is much, much faster, and the sort of pervasiveness of this is much larger, and there's been a lot of studies in the last 3-4 years showing just measuring the rate of distribution of something, and people want to now use that to sort of as an indicator to say, well, something must be wrong or something must be problematic because it goes so fast, without even looking at the content. So you can sort of say, well, when you step back for a moment, you say, well, how do we recognize what's problematic? And what do we do about it? I think there's sort of basically two things you can do. One is you can look at the source, and you can try and identify the sources, and Kathleen mentioned some techniques. The other is you can look at the content, and you can try to identify that content. Now, the sources, addressing the sources is much, much easier. Already, Google looks at what you do when you type every day, and they make a little word list, or you can think of it as a word list. It just says, this person likes to ask about knitting and Christmas and cooking and da-da-da. This person likes to talk about politics and da-da-da. This person likes to talk about automobiles and opera. It's not hard to create a little profile of that kind. Then you can add to that profile and say, this person tends to write at 5 p.m. This person tends to write when everybody else in the country is asleep. That's funny, right? These two people tend to follow one another closely. So you can look at the temporal characteristics. Without much effort, you can put together a little profile that characterizes the sort of semantic nature, the set of interests, the sort of self-image vis-a-vis others. Do you apologize a lot, or do you come over forceful, and so on, from each little actor there. Then the question becomes, well, do bots have a characteristic signature that is systematically different and detectable from normal people? And simplistic bots, yes, we've known that since a DARPA program called SMISC about 8 years ago. But more and more sophisticated bots that do tiny little things in tweet space are sort of harder to get, but one can still find them. Do bad actors in unnamed institutes in, say, St. Petersburg or something have a characteristic signature? It's harder, but you can probably find them, but they start bleeding together with signatures of people, disaffected people who sit here in this country and anywhere else. So you can sort of create a little meter that says, on this particular actor here, I'm thinking this person has this and this characteristics and is in my yellow zone, my orange zone, my red zone. Technology can do that with the content, with the people, right? Now what happens? How do you combat this? The authoritarian response is what China does. They say, we're going to raid your house and throw you in jail. No, in this country we don't do that. What we say is, oh no, it's Facebook's problem. They got to switch off that guy. That's not the answer, I'm sorry. No, that is a stupid answer, because Facebook is not, or Google is not capable of making that which is essentially a political, ethical decision by themselves. They need guidance and leadership from the political side to say, here are the lines, and this is what you're allowed to do. Okay? So that, I think, is part of the basic problematic of going after the content sources, the authors. Now let's look at the other part, the content itself. As Kathleen said, it's much, much more difficult to figure out if there's problematic content and how problematic it is. If I give you 12 documents about, say, the Hong Kong riots written from different perspectives, what you'll do is you'll read them all and you'll sort of say, well, it's clear there was a group of students, and it's clear they had this kind of goals, and it's clear there was the Chinese government and there was the Hong Kong government and all these, and you'll figure out what you sort of believe as the core facts, so to speak, that everybody agrees about, and then you can take any particular document and say, well, they're missing something. They're missing something else. But they're inflating this piece, and they're talking a lot about this piece, and they're using certain kinds of language. You take document number 2, and you say, oh, they're including those pieces, but they've dropped something else out, and they're inflating it in a different way. So when you say, a group of people wearing baseball caps walked down the street chanting sort of protester slogans, or you say a group of happy students wearing clothing of their group walked down and they sang songs of protests for freedom, or you say a group of fairly violence-oriented terrorists or something marched down a street with battle gear on, and they were, shouting slogans and angry. Those are 3 at the core same thing, it's descriptions of the same thing, right? But they've been slanted in different ways with certain extra nuances added. Figuring that out computationally is not impossible, but it's more work. There is work, say by Slav Petrov in Qatar at the Research Institute there and other places, where people automatically assign what they call sentiment labels to a statement to say this statement is saying something from this perspective, this is good, this is bad, etc. And you can then, by overlaying a whole lot of reports of the same incident, begin to sort of look, is this a greenish kind of a text or a reddish kind of a text or a neutralish kind of a text? Does it systematically avoid greenish kind of content or reddish kind of content, or does it give you something, sort of everything in there? Does it juxtapose things in argumentation structures, saying this supports this and so on, or does it not? So there is research on each of these kinds of directions. I myself have a student working on argumentation structure all the way going back to Aristotle and so on. So people do look at this, but it's very difficult to do. It's not a thing where you can just press a button and it's going to come out, okay? But you can, and I have seen systems that begin to group bunches of text around a particular issue and map out the space and sort of plot what should be there and what a particular text has or doesn't have, and how it contextualizes or connects everything together in such a way that you can begin to put a little meter on the bottom and say this is a reddish text or a bluish text, it's missing this text or it's missing that, or it's using words that are slanted this way and that way. In addition, on top of the text, you can look at other texts that refer back to these texts. And around those texts, many times you can say, somebody says, this is a great example of, or this is a terrible thing, or this guy's nuts, or, well, no. In addition, you can look at the words inside and look at the extremists kinds of words. There are about 5 or 6 basic families of metrics that you can apply to text, or families of text, to begin to sort of measure different facets of it. Now and research on this is continuing, and I believe that computational research will not too long in the future, in a too distant future, be able to give a little bar of metrics, a consumer report kind of metric thing on each text. Again, now we come to the political dimension. When you have access to a dangerous technology, society at some point says you need to be licensed. You want a car? Here's how you get a driving license. You do a test. You don't drive, you don't get a license. You want a gun? This is how you get a gun license. You want to sell medication? This is how you become, or whatever it is like this, right? Why, you could say you want to get onto the internet and post. This is how you go through training, and here is your certification. And now Google and Facebook and Twitter and everybody else, you give your little ID and they say, okay, now you can get in. No? If we, society, deem that it is dangerous to be able to get into this free infosphere that we happen to sort of and enjoy the freedom of it, and realize there's a responsibility and you need to understand and be trained in your responsibility too, then you can do that licensing. In addition, you can make a little consumer reports bar automatically created on each little thing. Each little post, each little tweet, each document, each blog that just sits there is generated and comes up and says, okay, I think X, I think Y, I think it's too blue, I think it's too red. You want to make it neutral? Press this button and I'll show you, I'll expand this document, I'll push in some other things here, I'll squeeze some things down. You can do that kind of thing, not today, but I believe those techniques, the sort of sources of those techniques are already being investigated, and although not perfect, will be able to be usable in some fashion in the next 5 or so years. But doing them, implementing them, making them work, making them actually required is not a technological issue, it's a political issue. That's why we're here, I think, today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, using technical means, one of the root challenges of this problem is that as a norm, we're uncomfortable being lied to, both personally and just at scale. That being said, from a social science perspective, what we prioritize more than being uncomfortable being lied to is having our previously held beliefs reaffirmed, which is the nudge issue. And so, why does that wide degree of variance between those two trends cause vulnerabilities from a geopolitical standpoint? Why is that something that the Russians, in this case, or other threat actors, or domestic actors, or economic actors, see as something that means that they would like to target, and why is it so effective? Dan, we'll turn to you to tackle that one.
Russian disinformation tactics currently can be looked at as 21st century updates of Soviet communist propaganda dating from the 1920s and 1930s. but don't take my word for it. Read George Orwell about Soviet disinformation in the Spanish Civil War, where he and Arthur Koestler agreed that history ended in 1938 because from that point on, nothing could be ever regarded as true, as demonstrable. And his language is strikingly similar, from which we can all take the hope that we've been here before and that the problem is not existentially impossible to grapple with. You know, where's the Soviet Union today, right? The problem is that the old Soviet techniques have been updated. They were effective in the 1930s because of divisions within our societies, and that hasn't changed. In Europe, the Russians are exploiting existing issues: Catalonia referendum, Brexit, Greek opposition to the Prespa Agreement. In Poland, anything Polish, German, Polish, Ukrainian, Polish, Jewish, are both sides of any of those potentially hot button issues are targets of opportunity for the Russians, and this much is pretty clear. Second clear thing is that technological solutions actually get you partway to resolving the issue. Not the whole way, but it is actually within our ability to recognize some inauthentic behavior. If the solution that the European Union is moving down through its code, the EU's code of practice, which I think is an excellent start, and I wish the U.S. administration had something similar. If the code of practice is directed in the direction not so much of content control, but of addressing inauthenticity and integrity of the system, then technological solutions help sort out the different categories of what we can detect. Bots, Russian-sponsored content, false front operations, these are actually, I would put in the relatively light category of, I can't say easily done, but doable. Harder, addressing things like algorithmic bias towards sensationalist content. What does a fairness doctrine look like for social media companies? Do we want to go there? Is that too much in the direction of content evaluation? If we don't want to go there, what about standard terms of service for the social media companies, by which I mean standard definitions of different actors, so you don't have Facebook and Google and Twitter all having slightly different definitions of inauthentic behavior, and the differences allow the Russians to thread their way through a patchwork rather than a system of controls. Now, implicit in what I'm talking about is that some solutions are available to the United States government and the EU right now. Secondly, we are entering a period of trial and error, not global solutions. Third, anything and everything we do will at best bring partial results. Partial may be good enough. You don't need 100% blocking of the impact of disinformation. That's not possible. That's an unreasonable standard. There is a certain percentage of all of our populations that is going to be relatively invulnerable to Russian and other forms of disinformation because they're sophisticated. There's another percentage at the other end of the bell curve that's going to believe anything. And then the largest group in the middle are people who can benefit from partial steps. Transparency, identification of Russian bots, removal of inauthentic accounts. As a proof of concept, I submit the French reaction to the Russian coordinated attack on the Macron campaign in the final 48 hours of the presidential campaign in 2017. Okay, the Russians hack the Macron campaign, grab a bunch of emails, dump the emails, use bots, trolls to propagate them, with the objective of trying to block the campaign, trying to hurt Macron. And what happened? They were immediately exposed by a coalition of civil society activists, both European and American, and the French media picked up and made the story not the content of the emails, but the Russian campaign. And it was a fabulous failure of Russian efforts. That doesn't mean that the next time around the Russians will try the same thing, or that the reaction is going to be the same or similarly successful. It does mean that at that moment, with the tools at hand existing then, a democratic society was able to blunt a Russian disinformation campaign. And I'll end with the final suggestion in policy terms, is that work between tech companies, technological efforts, and civil society organizations is absolutely essential. And as a cultural matter, as we found during 2016, when we were both in the Obama administration dealing with the news of Russian interference and Russian disinformation, the tech people and the policy and the political policies people spoke different languages and found it hard bureaucratically to work together, which is one of the reasons, rather than malice, that the Obama administration didn't respond until very late. We didn't respond until December 2016, for God's sakes, right? I mean,
There were a few press.
Yeah, I know. But it was also, there were a lot of reasons. I don't want to have to go back. But creating a culture where the tech experts and civil society people and policy people familiar with Russia or familiar with China, because the Chinese have different forms of disinformation, but they're going to do it too, are all able to work together. Oh, and as a last thought, as we're reaching out to civil society about Russian and other disinformation, don't limit civil society to groups on the usual email list for events like these or events about Russian bad behavior. Graham and I have been invited to several events about Russian disinformation sponsored by American civil rights groups, for whom foreign affairs has not been a principal or even secondary interest. And now they discover that Russian disinformation has something to do with them because it's going to be involved in voter suppression. And they want to, these are groups with a sort of left of center or leftist groups, and they wanted to know how we can push back on the Russians. They sounded like the Lithuanians or the Estonians or the Poles, right? Or the more frustrated people in the EU, in East Stratcom. So we have new constituencies out there who want to work with us and will be critical to exposing Russian disinformation campaigns in the 2020 elections and beyond. So, there's a measure of hope and opportunity if we can get our act together.
Thank you, Ambassador Fried. A few quick threads for conversation. Technology is something that all three of us have said so far, is technology is only part of the problem, which we should come back to. One thing that Ambassador Fried pointed out, it's easy to be against things like foreign influence and Russian bots. It's a lot harder to be against content or amplification of content, whether it's structured or just organic. of everyday content that you basically agree with, which is a main vulnerability. We're entering a period of trial and error, which should be pretty interesting for this group specifically. And anything that we do will only be partially complete, which I think goes to Dr. Carley's point of resilience. Turning over to Director Koloski, why are elections such a focal point for this issue, and turning the conversation to being proactive about what we're doing right now with groups or within government? I know that you have folks here that are focused on outreach and focused on response. So what does that actually look like?
Sure. Thanks, Graham, and thanks for having me here. Appreciate it. Let me step back for a second. I've been working on Homeland Security risk management, we'll just call it that for the purpose of this conversation, for a long time. And I think to get to your conversation, our responsibility at the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency is to put people together to understand and then address the most significant risks facing the nation's security, particularly as it pertains to the homeland. And so we've got a long history of saying, I mean 15 plus years now, of saying starting with terrorism here in this country, there's a risk that demands public-private collaboration, interagency collaboration, bringing civil society, getting ultimately the American people involved in the national security aspect. And if you think of the creation of the Department of Homeland Security in the face of Islamic extremist terrorism, that's what we did, right? We first worked on our own, getting our house in order across the interagency, involving state and local governments, involving industry, and involving the American people. And how do we systematically get smarter about understanding the terrorism risk? How do we go forward to reduce the terrorism risk, both on the side of reducing the threat, reducing the vulnerability, and ultimately being more resilient as a society? That's sort of our practice from the get-go. What's been interesting as we get into the election security space is we've used a lot of the same concepts, a lot of the same frameworks, and even the same authorities around the fact to bring people together, to share information, get information together, better understand sources of risk, and ultimately catalyze an integrated effort to make the country more secure. And so I entered this conversation, I was around in 2016, saw some of this within the Department of Homeland Security as we were trying to address this, just as the White House was across the interagency, State Department, and other folks here. And we hadn't done the planning come 2016 to understand when the national security threat emerged. And let's be honest, in the summer of 2016, what we now know to be the Russian threat emerged, but there was a lot of obfuscation. There was a lot we didn't see, a lot we didn't understand because we hadn't put our feelers out to better understand the threats. We didn't have the relationships to share information, but we also hadn't done the planning to do anything about it. So in addition to sort of the policy calculation of how forward-leaning should the administration be to go after and push back against the Russians and elevate our level of security, on the domestic side, we didn't really know what that looked like in terms of security. And so a lot of what we've been trying to do post-2016, post the intelligence community joint assessment in January 2017, which started to indicate the scope of the Russian effort around both cyber attacks and social media influence in 2017, is to correct or improve on our ability to work together to address protecting our democratic processes ultimately as a national security and as a homeland security initiative. So that's how I kind of think about it. That then turns in the frame of better understanding what the risks are to our democratic processes, and we've separated that into two particular categories. One is protecting election infrastructure, the actual making sure the process of voting is secure, voter registration databases, election management systems, the voting process, the counting of votes, the reporting of votes, the technical nature of our voting process. That's largely been threatened via cybersecurity means, and we've spent a lot of time building relationships with the nation's leading election officials, which are state and local election officials, secretaries of state, at the state level, state election directors, local county election officials, folks who traditionally weren't cybersecurity or national security professionals, but now need to think about the fact that a foreign adversary may use capabilities, fairly sophisticated capabilities to screw with the election process. We've done that by elevating levels of cybersecurity, building relationships, sharing information, getting increased tools out there, better understanding sources of risk, involving the election vendor community, and ultimately trying to come up with an integrated plan to elevate state and local cyber election systems. I know that's not the focus of the panel. I'll stop there, but happy to talk about that if it comes up. And then the second element of that is what is the focus of the panel, where foreign actors trying to interfere with our democratic processes by trying to pass misinformation, disinformation out there to have to cause maleffects on how the voter thinks about the democratic processes, whether it's a loss in the confidence of the democratic processes, whether it is trying to intrude on the way people think about things, whether it's trying to suppress voting and things like that. And that's what we're here to talk about. So then shifting off of some of the opportunity that Ambassador Freed just laid out, what we are trying to do in our risk management strategy here is to knit together better sources of information. And so when I'm talking about better sources of information, the one source of information where the U.S. government is the best here domestically on is collecting intelligence, better understanding the threat actor, getting into the threat actor's decision spaces. So whether we're talking about the Russians, whether we're talking about the Chinese, Iranians, North Koreans, or anybody else who might try to use these or similar tactics, let's go out and try to collect intelligence against that. That involves certainly shared relationships, particularly with our Five Eye partners about that. So we are collecting more intelligence against this problem. But then the other two sources of information that I think are that we want to help knit together really don't belong to us, and we're not the best source of information. One is, what do the social media companies see on their systems? We've talked a lot about from sort of a researcher perspective, but as undoubtedly the researchers know better than the more that the social media companies make their information available, the more richer data sets there are to research. And so having and opening up the channel to get more information from social media companies or encourage more information to be put out so that the research community can take advantage of that is a key other element of information. And then the third element of information is similar to what you all are doing at DFR, what Carnegie Mellon is doing, and what is the research community doing with this information to understand trends, understand what's going on. Again, I would posit that we're in a better place as a country if that's being done not by the U.S. government itself, but by researchers who are out there looking at this information. And so if you can knit together the intelligence, as much operational data, what's going on, and then the creativity and learning that can be done by also taking advantage of the technology to do this well, you start to get a richer understanding of the problem set. And then, where we are within that is, okay, so let's have the conversation about the best. Let's push for efforts to make it less likely that information shows up to influence any one of us. That information is hidden or obfuscated. That information actually has some influence on the voter or influence on the society. And it remains our theory that the best way to think through what those responses are through public-private partnerships, sorry to use what can become a cliche term, are through bringing civil society and different experts into the room and trying to do the kind of experimentation and learning and creating the strategic imperative, the strategic framework, the information sharing, and then trying to knit together folks, and this is where it does bring us in collaboration a lot with our allies of what we would call like-minded countries, our Five Eye partners, a lot of the European allies, other parts of Asia, et cetera, who are facing similar challenges, and we learn together through this. That's kind of how we're framing it, and then it becomes, what do we do about it? There are things that as a government we want to continue to push out. one, that some of this over-influencing, trying to influence the voting, maybe it's time to have a conversation about whether the norms of what level of getting involved in each other's elections is appropriate as a global world. There's certainly, we want to push the message that it is unacceptable for foreign adversaries to screw with our elections at any scale. I'm sorry to keep using the word screw. I'll try to correct myself. But I get angry. Not the adversaries, not anyone else. So there are things like that from a government side to change the equation. These, as we've known, these are threats that have been out there in different mechanisms. Let's change the equation. Let's better elevate and understand that. Working with the social media companies, we do want to understand how their terms of service work, how their operational processes work, what they're able to do without additional authorities, what they're not going to do, what they're not able to do without additional authorities, and what they're not going to do. That goes to having the conversation of, okay, does our understanding of where the actors are going and what we're going to be able to do to address it, is that going to be satisfactory to develop to address the scale of the national problem? I think we're still in a learning side there. And then, the last part is sort of what to do with it. We talk often about what we can do as a U.S. government to build resilience among the citizenry to this kind of dis and misinformation. But we struggle with that a little bit. One, because I'm not sure the U.S. government is the best messenger to build resilience, or I'm fairly sure it is not the best messenger to build resilience. But two, what is the metric around resilience? How do we collect? How do we understand what messages are getting through? What messages to counter? That's where I see the research. But we want to speed up the research so that we can encourage as much targeted resilience building measures as we can going forward. So that's how we're looking at it. I think we've come a long way in understanding the issue. We've come a long way, I think, as a community pushing out capabilities that will get us better to address the issue. We've dealt with some of the roles and responsibilities. We've strengthened the relationships we have with the key players. Right now, a number of my colleagues are out on the West Coast with the big social media companies, having a sort of senior executive level meeting across the U.S. government and social media companies about operationalizing some of the work together. I think ultimately we do want to get to, okay, I laid out a framework, I laid out a philosophical approach, but let's build enhanced operational integration to address this issue at scale. So I'll stop there and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. So we've covered a good amount of ground here. First and foremost, how bad actors use technology in order to spread disinformation, how those vulnerabilities interact with each other, how good actors can hopefully use technology to spot behaviors and technical means of spreading disinformation, what our actual vulnerabilities are as society, and then what we can do about it, at least in part from government with regard to foreign influence operations. And government obviously plays a huge role because we're talking about nations targeting other nations and their processes within those nations. For housekeeping, we are now going to the conversation portion of this. So if you have a question or you want to chime in, please put up your tables like this. And basically, 2016 to 2018 to 2020, and are we ready for it? The way that we see this from the DFR lab, at least, is this is a truly collective problem, and it's going to require a bunch of actors who all, at least as a very, very first step, need to have a common understanding of what each other can do, speaking to what Director Kolosky hit on, as well as at some point have a coordinated sense of action or a shared sense of action. So if, for instance, the social media companies did something and government did not, or media did not, or civil society did not, then it would not be a collective solution. If government led and social media companies did nothing, then it would be one of those situations where we might as well all pack up and go home because we haven't solved the problem. And so this group has folks from all of those groups by design. And so if we don't solve this today, then we'll hit on something that Ambassador Fried hit on, which is we'll hit a partial solution, but I'm optimistic that we can get something done. So with that being said, I'll turn right here for a first question.
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. First, a suggestion. Rather than take all this stuff down, wouldn't we be better off labeling it as this has been identified as a Russian influence operation? And in that way, we sort of harden our citizenry and maybe even crowdsource our citizenry when they get used to seeing what is a Russian intelligence operation. And then the crowdsource feeds back to the media companies and goes ahead and finds additional interruptions. My biggest concern is that in 2016, I didn't meet a single person whose vote was changed because of anything he saw on the internet. That means that the Russians have contributed millions of dollars essentially for nothing and helped Facebook's stock pass along at a higher price. And so I have to ask two things. One, don't we need a metric of some sort to determine whether this stuff really matters? How much time we're going to waste on taking down stuff that just is no effect whatsoever other than raising the stock price of Facebook? And second, do we want to go to the place where we play this game? Is it time for offensive operations against Russia United when they themselves are running for election? Do we want to go there? What's the moral decision we have to make as a nation?
So, three common strands of that question. A, attribution and why that's difficult within the soft information space as opposed to the hard cyberspace. How do we measure impact of foreign influence operations? I think that you'll find a few folks up here that slightly disagree with the assessment. And then whether it's possible or useful to go into offensive operations to respond to countering disinformation. And so I think on attribution, Dr. Carley, you might have some thoughts on attribution specifically.
Can you tell that it's really Russia doing it?
Yeah. Or what makes attribution so difficult? I mean, what gets us to high confidence on specific behaviors, for instance, from Dr. Hovey, or?
So in this space, it's very hard to do specific attribution for a variety of reasons. One is they can spoof what apparent computer it's coming from, making something look like it's coming out of Ohio when it's really coming out of somewhere in Estonia, which is really bounced there from someplace in Russia. Secondly, it's difficult because of the use of fake personas. These are not deep fakes. These are basically images and stories attached to actors that make it look, and where they've been in operation for a long time ahead of time. Third, you can also send stories directly from your account. If you buy into a service that allows them to rebroadcast your messages, they'll reserve the right to retweet from your account.
The point, though, is once it's labeled successfully, do you want to take it down, or do you want to label it to educate the citizenry?
So I actually agree with you that we should not be taking most of this down. It should just be labeled, but it's often difficult to label it. And moreover, you can't count on the labels being accurate. So when people started labeling things as disinformation, as was done in the Canadian election, they actually started labeling things that were not disinformation as fake news and started attributing that. So labeling, you have to have an accredited source who actually checks it, because if you just crowdsource it, you will get things labeled that are not. It's very difficult.
And I'll let anybody jump in on attribution, impact, or operation or offensive operations.
So just a little thought. I'm not sure how labeling will actually be made to work. There are agencies and institutes that actually sit down and do fact-checking on everything, and they give labels, but I don't see that the newspapers pick up these labels and put them in the articles that they repeat, or that the tweet space propagates the labels along. If I read an article about a three-headed alien being seen in New Mexico and I see it comes from Weekly World News, that to me is enough of a label. I don't worry, right? So, but we do need labels, but we need to also make sure that the labels get attached to the individual facts and that they propagate. Again, that's not a technological thing, that's a legal thing, that requirement.
Before we get to offensive operations, on attribution, I'll give you a few very specific examples. On attribution, we have a dichotomy at the DFR lab that we use. It's called 12 ways to spot a bot. And if we get to 8 of those, then we're pretty confident that it's a bot network. If we get to 3 of those, then it's probably a bunch of there's been cases where it's an elderly gentleman sitting in northern England that's not actually a bot and would very much like to tell you that he's not a bot. And so that's the levels of attribution. It works essentially the same way that we would put levels of confidence on intelligence assessments, regardless of which kind of technical means we're actually looking at. Another example on specific attribution to a threat actor was a report that we published over the summer called Secondary Infection, where the behavior, the tactics, the content matched exact influence operations that we've seen from IRA activity over 2016, 2018. We were at 90% on tactics, behavior, content. What got us to high confidence was a platform giving us the locations of the accounts or the admins of those accounts, the users, the actual human users that were driving those accounts, and their locations going back to very specific signatures that we saw in 2016, which gave us the level of confidence to say these are linked to the IRA. And so on attribution, you're looking at a spectrum always. On impact, that's extremely difficult. And so once you've attributed, whether it's either caused a specter of disinformation and lack of trust in institutions, I think that you would have a nearly unanimous viewpoint that creating a specter of disinformation lessens trust. One study from Pew, for instance, shows that more news is being consumed online on social media platforms, but the trust in those social media platforms is going down. And so how do you actually bridge that gap with regard to online disinformation operations? But it would be very hard to say that even if there wasn't behavior change, which there's a spectrum of opinion on, so even if a foreign influence operation didn't change the behavior of one very specific voter from this person to this person or this candidate to this candidate, the specter of influence operations lessens trust in the entire institution, which in and of itself has an impact. And you would have a near unanimous consent from the entire academic community as well as the policymaking community on that specifically. On offensive, Director Kolosky, you might have specific viewpoints on attribution, and then I know that Ambassador Fried has very specific viewpoints on whether to go on offense.
So I'll say a little something about offense, and since you probably can say more than I'll say. First of all, I mean, a number, we've talked about these sort of threats in the context of hybrid threats, and it tends to be part of a multitude of a campaign. And what I would say from an offensive perspective, I think we should be pretty open, as I think we are, that we are willing to go on the offensive to counter these sorts of hybrid threats with our adversaries. And in fact, if you cross, I won't use line crossing, but if you go toward escalation in certain things, we will return. But I don't think offensive should be necessarily framed and we'll do the same thing or we'll use the same mechanisms. And I think that's an important element here. I think we need to push as much as possible in the international space that these are not the right mechanisms for countries to have some level of combat, and that there are potentially other ways that we can be aggressive to dissuade our adversaries from at scale using these techniques, and that's certainly an approach we're taking.
I agree with that. I'll go even farther. I see offense in 3 categories. First of all, I was amused that Cyber Command leaked, about a year ago, leaked its operation to pay a virtual visit to the IRA, which is their way of saying, yeah, we can conduct offensive operations. That is like the technical side of offensive operations is highly classified and raises issues of escalation, but it's there. The second form of offensive operations, the 2 other forms are both asymmetric. One of them is drawing up the finances for Russian disinformation ops. I'm really glad that we got that the end of the Obama administration started sanctioning Russian purveyors of disinformation, including the famous Kremlin caterer funder of the IRA, who's basically a conduit for Putin's money. The most interesting piece of offensive operations is not U.S. disinformation, okay? Lay down a firm view on that. We're bad at it, we shouldn't do it. If you look back at the Cold War, the various CIA propaganda operations were clumsy and utterly, clumsy, risible failures. However, the original U.S. intelligence agency operation during the Cold War, which was fabulously successful, was RFERL, which was not disinformation, it was actual information. It was providing basically emigre journalists from the Soviet Union and especially Eastern Europe with the ability to broadcast real news back into their home countries. Like, okay, what's the 21st century version of this? It's probably reaching out to Russian independent journalists and helping them. The Kremlin is obviously worried about this because they've just passed a law escalating pressure against these people. Their anxiety suggests opportunity, but make it democratic, by which I mean no attempts at disinformation, make it information. And this is a warning, shameless plug. Alina Polyakova is going to be speaking here this afternoon. She and I have written 2 papers on democratic defense against disinformation, which outline policy directions. Our next paper is going to be democratic offense against disinformation. So we'll fill in these ideas. But that's the direction and an answer to your question.
Quick point from Ambassador Herbst.
I just wanted to underscore that I'm a big supporter of offensive operations, but they should be directed at Kremlin weaknesses, and we should not be going after them on elections. We should be going after them on their villas on the Riviera and their townhouses in London. That's point one. Point two, I agree with Dan. We do no disinformation, no misinformation. But I would give our secret services a little bit more credit. One of the things they did, which was to amplify legitimate voices, I think it was something called the World Cultural Conference or something in the early 50s, which put together serious intellectuals from the West to talk about what the Kremlin was up to. And those are the sorts of things that we can do, which is actually an elaboration of your point on empowering Russian journalists.
Exactly.
So transparency in and of itself is a form of offense in some cases. For us, the way that we think about it is disinformation is a form of pollution, and so it would be very difficult to solve that challenge with more pollution. In other words, not fighting content with content. What we're going to do is take a few specific questions from the group and then answer them collectively. Mr. Painter, Sarah Oates, and then in the back, and then we'll come back for answers.
On a couple of things. One, on this last point, I do think we've been miserable in actually imposing costs on Russia for their activity. And it doesn't all have to be cyber costs, to be sure. But I wonder, and this is especially with this gathering, and I'll say this in the next panel as well, if we can learn something from the technical community about tools we're not using. I mean, I don't mean the traditional cyber offensive operations. I don't mean sanctions. I mean things like black holing traffic or other things that we haven't really explored, and I think it's partly because there's been this chasm between the policy folks and the technical folks. So that's just food for thought. The other is, Dan, although I like your hopeful narrative, which is unusual for you, I do think I do worry that it's not really true. Your basic assumption that there's a group of people on one side and there's a group of people on the other side and there's a vast group in the middle who can be affected. Instead, I feel that so many people are drinking their news through straws that the actual effect you have by these transparency measures, which everyone agrees on is one of the key things you need to do, is not that great because people don't want to hear something opposite from what they've decided they want from their own community. And so the question I have is, assuming that's at least partially true, and you don't have to assume that completely true, how do we deal with that? How do we actually break into those barriers? How do we make people engage in what I'd say is critical thought again, so that when we have all these transparency tools, when we label things, et cetera, it actually has an impact on them, and they will not listen to these voices.
That's if any of you haven't seen the movie The Joker, that's the basic premise of the plot, so sorry for the spoilers, is that there's not sides of good and bad, but spectrum. We'll address that in a moment. Sarah?
don't know if I can really follow that comment, Graham. I've two questions, but I'm an academic, so I'll just say a few things also. I do think that there is hope in the sense that there is developing a community that's based around the problem of disinformation. I think people are breaking out of their discipline silos, and certainly from where were in 2016 to where we are today, it's certainly it's an exciting time to work in the space. And I think Dr. Carley's center is one of those important nodes, the Ideas Center. So that's great. And also Russian journalists, there's an amazing group of younger, often Russian journalists who I've participated in some of their training and some of their seminars, and they're amazing and give you hope. But two questions. One, how much is this a problem of the current environment in which you have American congressmen going on television saying, oh, it was Ukraine who meddled in the Russian elections? So how much of disinformation is an own goal? How much of it is linked to the current environment that we're in? And I'm watching, actually, you can see the proceedings going on the TV there. And the second question is, if you ask people on the street, who's dealing with terrorism? They would say, and I'm sure you'd be happy to hear this, Director Kowalski, they'd say, that's Homeland Security, let's give them a call, we know where they are. Who's our go-to government group for disinformation? And can there be one?
Understood. Thank you.
That polarization manifests itself, and how does it compare to the polarization that already exists in the system, as emphasized by Black Lives Matter, Charlottesville, the stagnation in Congress? And I wonder if the approach we're given to this, and it just needs some approach, but it's the matter of approach, has not polarized the system more. We see that in the polarization of the political parties, in the polarization of agencies, the polarization of citizens. It seems that the manner of attention has polarized the country much, much more than the infinitesimal polarization caused by the Russian activities.
Thank you. And before we go to answers, we'll take one more question and then try to tie it all together.
The former reporter on me can't resist asking Director Kowalski, what are you doing to make sure that the 2020 elections are not interfered with by Russia? And how confident are you that they will be unsuccessful in changing what would be the outcome in the absence of the Russians?
Yeah, so I think in terms of all of the questions, here's what we have on the table. Technical means of response, and is there basic sides in this entire problem, and can we address it that way? The issue of polarization, how much of this is a symptom of a current environment, or how much is the current environment a symptom of wider trends of polarization, which I think are tied together. And then two very specific questions of how the government is set up to respond. And so on authorities and response, A, is there a place in the federal government that makes sense to house this issue and be the joint coordinator that is either DHS, the NSC, wherever, and then confidence attributions. So we'll turn to Director Kowalski first, and then it'll be a grab bag for the panelists.
Sure. So hitting on the direct questions, which are easier now, than maybe say something about the rest briefly. Direct questions in terms of, again, the way we framed it in the government from an authority's perspective, election infrastructure, cybersecurity, physical security of our election process. The Department of Homeland Security supports state and local election officials very much in a supporting role, working in a coordinated manner across with the intelligence community, the FBI, and other State Department, other key players there. In terms of foreign interference, the FBI is generally thought of the lead coordinator on these issues, working in through an interagency process, but there are discrete lines of effort of which different departments have a responsibility. I think it is a fair commentary that has not broken through and that is not settled in terms of agencies and federal responsibilities around foreign interference. To your question on 2020, again, I don't want to get too much into the cyber security aspects of it, but the information, the amount of information that's being shared, both at a technical level through things, establishing relationships through information sharing analysis centers, collecting technical data in a voluntary manner from state and local systems, going out and retargeting the way we do intelligence collection because of the priority this gets from a national security perspective, means we have a much richer understanding if something's going to happen to try to impact directly our voting processes, and we have the relationships established to have conversations about what we do about that if we see, and we practice this, we exercise this. We did it in 2018. What didn't happen in 2018 was it didn't rise to the level of, what I would call a coordinated national attack or anything of that mechanism. And that has involved industry, that has involved the media, in helping with the prep. We've exercised all of this, and so we've thought through the scenarios. I would say it like with a lot of national security problems, if this is a significant full-on nation-state trying to attack our election infrastructure, that is different than trying to do something under a line. We will see it either way. If it's a full-on attack, we're going to have an interesting dilemma, but if it's a full-on attack in a lot of different ways, we're going to have an interesting dilemma. And what I do know is we've thought through these scenarios. We've put in place practices there. So my level of confidence is pretty high in terms of preparedness. Adversaries always have something to say about that perspective, and so I don't ever want to say we're fully confident because we need to stay vigilant on those things.
And it's already been addressed in joint statements and assessments, correct? The Worldwide Threats Brief, where we say things like Russia, China, Iran is at it again. That's on record, but what does that mean for your day-to-day existence?
I mean, it's sharing that with ultimately it's the system owner operator of election infrastructure. And so we say Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. If we say those words, and I won't put North Korea in that category right now, it's then what would the likely means by which they do something, and what should you do if you're running a polling place? If you are, putting together an election system, how do you do that? What should be you looking for? What are scenarios you plan against? For the most, so that's what it means, and then it's constant checking on whether that's what's going on there. So I think there are other questions within there. The one final thing I would say about some of this, what you're worried about the citizenry here and all this, it seems to me that we are well served if we encourage resilience against foreign interference, that might also encourage resilience into other sources of false information that ultimately would have a positive benefit on societies. And so while we spend a lot of time talking about Russia, as you all have noted, right, there are a lot of different trends heading in the wrong direction that are making our society, our citizenry more susceptible to mis and disinformation, and I think we need to just embrace a long-term campaign to try to reverse the trend, and that's where I want to be really humble from a U.S. government, and certainly from a Homeland Security perspective. That's the thinking that goes on in communities like this that's necessary in how to do it. I am certainly, but I'm not the person to figure that out, but we want to catalyze that kind of thinking and encourage it.
Which is a great segment to the question on polarization and environment. However, before we seg there, Ambassador Fried, do you have quick thoughts on sides?
Director Kolosky is one of the people in the Trump administration trying to do the right thing for the right reasons. He's not the only one. But all of their good work is hampered by the general toxicity of the question of Russian interference and the president's own view of media as suspect. There is, if we are trying to fight disinformation, there is a price paid when the President of the United States uses enemy of the people, a phrase, used by the Stalinists, associated with a lot of dead people, and it hinders his work. I'm not trying to put him on the spot. You just remain silent or glare at me if you have to. It's okay. I mean, they know. In another kind of it, look, there are people in the interagency doing the work. But in a different kind of administration, you would have an undersecretary public or a secretary publicly taking this issue on. And you would have the administration working with the European Union, on which there is both in the Commission a body of people who understand the problem and are ready to work with us, and in certain member states a coalition which normally the US would be assembling. Because that's how you work with Europe. You work with the essential institutions and you get a coalition together. And there's nobody to do this because this administration at the very top hates the EU in principle, because they look at it as a bunch of rotten cosmopolitans.
I mean, I literally just led a delegation of the interagency with the EU, doing a technical exchange of information with the EU member states at the direction of the ministers, our cabinet secretaries and the ministers. And so, you know, like factually, we are regularly working with the EU on these issues at the technical and at the political level. There are different, as you know, there are different policy drivers in a lot of these different countries, but it is fair to say both the European countries and other like-minded countries are dealing with some of the same dynamics we are here within the United States. So I do not think we are isolated on this issue whatsoever. Again, the tension between the political level and the security level exists in this whole space. That's what makes securing elections, securing democratic processes a challenge here, because inherently these are political systems, and say what you will about the president, but also say what you will about Congress. This is a hard dynamic to do that, and speaking on behalf of the interagency who's taking these issues on, we have recognized and have been given the push, drive, mandate to go out and work these issues, recognizing that we're trying to inherently secure a political system.
As a
Good
quick
for
point
him.
of order.
He's doing the right thing. I agree entirely, but still.
But to expand the question and seg to the polarization issue, are we, outside of the internal structures within government and within the United States government specifically, are we in a moment where there are good actors and bad actors on this issue? So is this, to make this a like very, very pointed question, are you in a new Cold War of good actors and bad actors, or a ideological conflict? And to put a point on that leads to the polarization example, that I would gander that there is somebody out there that is very, very against Russian influence operations and yet doesn't believe any of the science on vaccinations. Yep. And so is victim to this wider issue of disinformation, where you create an environment in which either of those can thrive. And so are there good actors and bad actors on this, and can it lead to an environment where disinformation can thrive? Any thoughts from the panel?
Yeah. So I want to pick up with the idea that what we're seeing is not a pure two-sided Cold War thing, that there's way more players, and it's not just Russian influence campaigns driving polarization. We also see ones coming out of Saudi Arabia and out of China. So there's many actors at play, both good and bad actors. The other thing I wanted to mention was that the Global Engagement Center out of the State Department was set up to actually deal with disinformation. We can talk about whether or not they're effective. That's a different story. The other thing in this is that the polarization campaigns we're seeing today and those that had Russian interference are actually extremely effective because of the surgical strike approach that is often used in social media. And with all due respect, Black Lives Matter and some of the other campaigns that were mentioned actually had Russian influence behind them and actually increased their level of vitriol and the level of polarization that you had seen. They're more effective today because you can go in at the last minute. You can exploit the technologies like from Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, etc., to make sure certain information is heard, and only certain information, that it is prioritized and it is spread broader to more groups. And you can do it in such a way that you remain anonymous, and so that you can be an extremist leading this kind of behavior and then hide in plain sight and you can't be held accountable for it. Going on to what kind of technologies are there that we exploit? Your question was, are there ones that we could be exploiting for spreading accurate or other information? The answer is yes. If you actually look at the disinformation campaigns online, what you see is they have a completely different structure than do the information campaigns. They are way more coordinated. They're focused around creating a series of separate topic groups. They escalate those topic groups to become echo chambers right before critical events to make them more volatile and to actually excite them to doing things offline. The side they're spreading accurate or other information are actually completely uncoordinated. It just looks like everybody's talking with a million lights flashing, but there's no coordination whatsoever. The stories there's much less use of memes, there's much less use of YouTube, and so on. So if we just simply utilize the same techniques, that would be helpful. But I will tell you, even then you're fighting an uphill battle, because for every piece of disinformation, there's thousands of pieces of accurate information. And it's harder to run a campaign that is coordinated for thousands of bits than it is for one.
Any other thoughts from the panel before we wrap up for this session? Wonderful. For us, from the DFR lab, it's one of these questions where I'll make a point that we reiterated earlier in the session, which is we're uncomfortable with the concept of being lied to. We're uncomfortable with that being a norm in society. But the thing that we prioritize higher than that is, again, reaffirming our beliefs. And so until we drive down the variance between those two issues, regardless of whether you're talking about an environment basically the question was about actors in an environment. Until we address that environment holistically, it's going to be tough to do much of anything, regardless of whether we're talking about geopolitical actors, domestic actors, clickbait and economic actors, or anything like that. Please join me in, first, on logistics. You all have the agenda in front of me, and I do not, so I believe we're going to a coffee break, but we're going to lunch.
And then come back in here.
And that's fact-checking in real time. Thank you. We're going to lunch? Okay, we're going to lunch. Before we do go to lunch, please join me in giving a round of applause to these panelists. Thank you so much. And the next panel starts at 12:15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How was lunch?
Great.
The lunch was so good. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ramaya Krishnan. I'm the Dean of the Heinz College of Information Systems and Public Policy. And we're delighted to be here, and thanks to Sarah for organizing, along with the Atlantic Council, this workshop. It's been a really great start, and we had this wonderful panel before lunch on misinformation, disinformation, and technology and foreign interference in elections. This panel, and I'm joined by three outstanding panelists here, Laura Galante, Chris Painter, and my colleague Ronnie Rosenfeld from CMU. This panel is about technology and foreign interference in life. Now, we won't take the philosophical view of what is life, but I thought, so Carnegie Mellon as a university is very focused on this nexus of technology and society, and the Heinz College is a center of excellence at this on problems that live at this nexus of people, public policy, and technology. And as I think about a class of systems that I'll call social, cyber, physical systems. And each of these phrases, I think, are relevant. You're broadly familiar with cyber physical systems, or systems that have been now widely deployed in the world today that involve both digital components to them, but physical components to them as well. So, for instance, the electricity grid is an example. The ways in which the internet and critical infrastructure of various sorts, transportation, healthcare, financial services, all of these are examples of cyber physical systems. And they're social cyber physical systems because people either inhabit them or are greatly affected by how resilient and how well performing they are. And the focus of this panel is really going to be about technology underlying these systems and the manner in which they could be affected or exploited and therefore have consequences on individual citizens and on society. Now, very quickly, if I think of three examples to give you, and my colleagues here on the panel are going to expand on this. Many of you may be familiar with the WannaCry virus and the impact it had on hospital systems by preventing the use of electronic health record systems by physicians and the impact that had on delivery of care. If I think about the movie that many of you may not have seen, Guardians of Peace, this is about, the movie about the Sony Pictures made about...
The interview.
The interview.
They really didn't see that one.
Yeah. This is about Kim Jong-un. And there were all sorts of attacks on Sony Pictures through malware and emails that were released by executives at the studio. And then you have attacks on the energy grid that have brought down utilities and left individuals without power. So you have all these examples of cyber physical systems in use and how their attacks on them and their lack of resiliency has led to impacts on everyday life. So this panel, I'd love for this panel to not only have my panelists speak to this issue, but really to have a conversation with all of you, and hopefully we'll be able to get to a point where we can talk about solutions and options, both in terms of the problem that we are trying to address, the solutions that are potentially on the table, both in terms of getting organizations that are involved in critical infrastructure provision to harden and make their infrastructure more resilient, and at the same time, what options are available if you're able to identify actors who are trying to affect these systems. So that's what's on tap. I think it's going to be truly exciting. So I'm going to begin by asking Laura to kick things off. And Laura, take it off.
Great. Thank you. So I'm looking forward to getting to the discussion that we've been wanting to have all day from what Ambassador Mendelson laid out, of getting to a response on what are some pretty complex problems here. And what I've been asked to do is kind of do some table setting around the incidents over the last 4 or 5 years here that have shown that crossover from the cyber to the physical world to the kinetic space that the professor's speaking about. So I'm going to start, you referenced the Sony attack. I was working at the company that did the investigation at the time, back in 2014. And with the Sony incident, just as a quick recap to get everyone on the same page for the next couple incidents, this is widely seen as one of the attacks that's happened that showed how deeply malware could really affect the operations of a company. And to such a degree that Sony was taken offline for a period of time. To make it more vivid, not only could you not work if you were a Sony employee, but you couldn't even buy your food at the cafeteria without them pulling out the old credit card machines that traced your credit card for you, right? So Sony was truly taken down to its knees by North Korean hackers who saw this as a way, saw the attack on Sony as a way to prevent the interview, this awful movie, this parody of the death of the leader of North Korea at the time, and this was seen as so at the time really seen as almost out of the blue that a motion picture company is getting attacked there in 2014 for what was considered here art, right, or some form of art at least, and Sony executives had been warned for months and months and months by the threat actors, by the hackers themselves, that this would be the consequence of releasing this movie. So this is, I think in a lot of ways, a convergence of a lot of the topics we're getting at here, and picking up a little bit on the combination of the soft psychological kind of InfoWar space and how that played out with an actual technical use of malware and wiping of the hard drives and the effect that it had on Sony's systems. And that this was a corporation having to deal with a foreign actor, in this case, North Korea. So a lot of different lines here to explore, and the government response is something that I'll leave to Chris to kind of pick up on if needed around Sony. The next set of attacks that I will point out here as good examples that crossed into this cyber physical line, if you will, are what are referred to as the black energy attacks in 2015 and 2016 in Ukraine. And it's no surprise that Ukraine has been something of a training ground for years for what foreign influence operations have looked like and what the Russian government has been interested in perpetrating, particularly with regard to the Russian military's hacker groups. Several of the groups that are seen to be under the GRU, Russian Military Intelligence, APT-28, and then a group called Sandworm have been most frequently involved in these attacks. With Black Energy, Sandworm is seen to be the group behind this. What happened is Christmas Eve 2015, actually the 23rd, December 23rd, right before Christmas in Ukraine, a distribution system, several distribution systems are taken down throughout the country, particularly in western Ukraine. And of note is that the way that the circuits at the power stations, at the distribution stations were taken down is through a remote computer that had the command and control circuit breakers cloned onto it. So in some cases, they weren't even just having to remotely access and change the circuits, but weeks and weeks of planning had gone into the operation that the Russian military was behind in 2015. Now, in 2016, transmission stations were taken down. So you're sort of moving up the arteries of power plants, right? Distribution's your lowest, you're going up to transmission stations by 2016. Uconegro and other companies are compromised. And in this case, Ukraine in power is taken down for about an hour, so shorter. And in a lot of ways, the way that these companies were able to get back online wasn't simply just going back and turning systems back on. It was manually going out to the power station and flipping the circuit breakers back on. in Ukraine, you have a lot more experience with those manual backups than a lot of other places. So that's actually something I think that's worth taking into consideration as we truly think of how granular response is going to need to be in some of these cases. So I see those energy attacks as one of our first real examples of where we crossed the line into the physical space. And Sony is yet another where that kind of early precursor of crossing these lines began. So I'll stop there. I'll leave NotPetya for Chris and some other incidents that I think are real noteworthy, but that's a starting point.
Thank you, Laura. Chris.
Thanks, and thanks, Laura. So we've seen a number of these incidents, right? One of the other big ones that happened was what was called the NotPetya worm. And as you may recall, that one had widespread financial effects, including essentially knocking Maersk, the giant shipping company, completely out of its game, making it impossible really to ship things around the world. So that caused untold amounts of financial damage. Fortunately, no deaths. And, this is one of the things we haven't seen yet. Despite all the pundits talking about cyber war, we really haven't had a cyber war. It doesn't mean we won't have one, but it certainly means that we're having very serious contents affecting our everyday lives. I should say, just as an introduction, about that movie. When I was the first cyber diplomat in the world, actually, I guess, in the State Department in 2011. And I tried to make my office unique by having movie posters where hackers or computers were the main characters. And I had about 30 of them. There's about 70 I have overall. I do think it's important, and I'll talk about this more, to have that connection between the technical community and the policy community, which is often missing. Indeed, at the State Department, one of the first people I hired was a senior technical advisor, a retired Motorola vice president who worked on creating the actual cell phone at one point. But we need that. You don't need policymakers to understand things. They don't have to code, but they have to understand what the trade space is, and we're just not there yet. So NotPetya had this effect. We had a number of these things, and then the question is, what are we doing about them? And there's the short game and the long game. There's what we do to protect ourselves, what kind of resilience we have in place, how do we, quote-unquote, harden the targets. Frankly, we have, despite thinking about this for 20 years, we're not that far in this. We're still incredibly vulnerable. We don't have good cyber hygiene. My former colleague, Jane Lute, the former Deputy Secretary of DHS, talks about this frequently, that if you just do basic cyber hygiene, we can escape a vast majority of these attacks. Now, the sophisticated actors will still be able to get in, obviously, often, but you get rid of a lot of the other noise in the system. So we see these things happening again and again, and we're not treating it enough as a major national or international issue or priority. And so as we think about it, one is hardening the targets. Another one is creating some rules in the road. There's a lot of people who think, well, cyberspace is this lawless space. There are no rules in cyberspace. And there's been a lot of activity around this. And this is more the long-term game. How do you achieve stability in cyberspace in the coming years and decades? So one effort has been in the UN, where they've agreed on a group of norms, rules of the road, voluntary to be sure, but still, I think, important, of things you shouldn't do when you're not at war. Don't attack the critical infrastructure of another country. Don't attack the certs, the sea certs. They're like the ambulances or hospitals on the internet. And even Russia and China and others have agreed that. Doesn't mean they necessarily will comply with that, but at least they agreed, and that creates this level of accountability. Don't steal the intellectual property of another country to benefit your commercial sector. So these are important to have some idea of what the rules are, and that's really important. There was a commission I was on, which we issued our report 2 weeks ago in Paris. This is a global commission on the stability of cyberspace. I recommend folks look at this. We came up with a number of additional proposed norms, including countries should have vulnerability equities processes, so they make sure that there's a default to disclosing vulnerabilities, that the global core of the internet should be off limits. You shouldn't attack that because that can cause all kinds of problems for everyone, and a number of others. It talks about a number of other recommendations. And I think those are important, but all the rules in the world are not going to help you if there are no consequences for the people who break those rules. And unfortunately, we've been terrible, not just the U.S., but around the world, at imposing accountability and consequences on the bad actors who do this. That's one of the recommendations we make in here, but we still really have to get our act together in that way. We've also been terrible even communicating these to the communities we're trying to serve. So, again, under the theme of this conference, a couple of years ago, I gave a a keynote speech to the annual FIRST conference. This is the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams. These are all the national and company certs who come together. And this was after the UN had come up with this rule, this voluntary rule. I mentioned it, and a lot of people came up, and no one there knew about it. So we hadn't even told the community. The government hadn't actually informed the community, and they could have helped inform how we think about that and how we implement it. So we got a lot more work to do in that space. But this idea of accountability is one that I wanted to touch on because I think we've had some efforts, and we mentioned a couple of them, on attribution. In the Sony attack, President Obama was the first person ever at a high level to say a nation state has done this. And that was a big deal. And I remember calling 20 of my counterparts around the world and said, he's going to do this. We hope you get your support. We need to have better collective action. We've had more collective action more recently on both the NotPetya and the WannaCry, that was North Korea and Russia. Russia for NotPetya and North Korea for WannaCry. We've had collective attribution, a number of countries coming together and say it's them. But what we've been bad at doing, and this is true for Russian interference in our election too, actually imposing consequences that are going to make the actor change their mind, to deter their actor in the future. We haven't done things, and they're not just cyber tools. They're economic tools, they're diplomatic tools, they're the full range of tools we can bring to bear, not just alone, but in collection with other countries, again, collective action. We've not done that well. And so rules then end up just being words on paper if there's no way to have accountability, to call people out, but then also have consequences that follow from that. In NotPetya, 6.5 months after the event, the US, Australia, the UK, and a couple others, Estonia and a couple others, came out at the Munich Security Conference and said, it's Russia. And they said this, and they said, and there will be consequences. It's 6.5 months later. It's not really timely, and that threat is not really very strong. Wait 7 months and have some consequence you're going to announce. I think we need to be much more strategic and strong on the way we do this, and we just haven't been. So as we think of the way ahead, we have to be careful. We don't want to be escalatory. We want to cause we don't want to make it so it gets worse by taking action. But if we do it collectively and we actually are good at communicating with the potential adversaries what we're doing, I think that can make us all safer in the long term. And I'll stop there. Lots of other things to say, but I'll hold them off for now.
Chris, thank you. I mean, you raised a number of really interesting issues about resilience and norms. And Carnegie Mellon is home to the lead CERT, the Computer Emergency Response Team at the Software Engineering Institute. So we certainly the first, and we certainly want it to be off limits. So, Ronnie.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm going to step temporarily off the cyber physical question, mostly because I don't have much to say about it, and also because I took a different interpretation to the question, to the title of this panel, which is the everyday impact of interference, and specifically the information manipulation, how it's viewed from an individual's perspective. And the image that comes to my mind is going back 100, 120 years to the early days of mass consumer market in the US. And if you looked at the labels of packaged food, which was just a new thing then, or drugs, you would see incredible claims on them, right? And we've come a long way since then. I mean, the claims were that they would cure everything from cancer to shingles to what have you. And we've come a long way along two processes. One of them was a legislative, maybe regulatory process. There was an FDA, and there were rules about what you can or cannot say, and there were specific requirements of putting in nutritional labels. That's necessary but not sufficient. The second part, where we were somewhat less successful, is in educating the public to look at these labels and understand them and act on them. And I think we're now in the sort of information superhighway, especially in social media, at the Wild West stage, where anything goes and everything goes and nobody knows how to interpret it. What I think we need to do is to embark on these two processes. One is put together infrastructure for allowing informed people to track the source of information, verifiable authors, and the technology for this exists. You're all familiar with Facebook having verified user or recommendation systems having verified people. You can create verified persons, individuals, and verified organizations. The more important thing is what do you do with free speech? So the answer is I'm not suggesting we restrict free speech. I'm not even suggesting we restrict anonymous free speech. I'm only suggesting we label anonymous free speech and label it clearly. So I think this is currently missing in modern browser technology. It is not easy to know who said what. In fact, it's not easy to know where a page came from. People who have slight sophistication know to look at the URL and to look at the label of the URL. Many people don't know that, right? This is a failure of human interface design. We need to make the verification and authenticity paramount in our interfaces, so that people have access to this information, can trace back the source of different claims. We can use blockchain technology to verify who said what. If somebody said something for the record, they put it in blockchain, you can verify this is exactly what they said and wasn't altered. You can use authentication information to trace information to brands, to informational brands. So the idea is we're not going to have an FDA, we're not going to have a government agency that is the arbiter of what's right and wrong, because this is politics and there is no one arbiter. We're not going to trust the government or the opposition, but there will be multiple brands. Well, Fox News is going to be one of them. Some people trust Fox News more than NPR. Well, fine, let something be verified to the standards of Fox News. Let other things be verified to the standards of NPR, and let the informed population decide who they're going to trust. The important thing is when they see a story, they should know whose standards is it verified to, whose standards is it tested, and all the sources verified and so forth. So we can create a network of verification, authentication, and endorsements that is completely missing today. People can continue to put on anonymous information, but perhaps it should have a nice little red frame around it, so that people know this is anonymous. There's no way of tracing who did that. So all this infrastructure is completely missing, and we need to start putting it into our communication, into our browsing, and the second part is into our educational system. So we need to teach informational resilience. And by this, I don't mean information resilience. I don't mean the resilience of information. I mean the resilience to information. We need to bring our population to a level of sophistication where they can understand attribution, verification, brand trusting, and so forth. I think this is an important thing to start in K through 8, just arguably as important or more important than math. This has to be part of an educated populace. And I'll stop here.
Thank you, Roni. So we have a two-layered stack in this discussion. So one layer relates to the underlying architecture and technology of cyber-physical systems. And Laura and Chris sort of laid out a set of issues related to how to make the existing infrastructure resilient and what the consequences are, both to ensuring resilience as well as if there were attacks, how do you ensure responses? And then Roni talked about the content infrastructure layer that rides on top of these systems. How do you sort of ensure the consumers of information are made resilient to potential manipulation of information? So there are these two sets of topics. One idea, and I'm going to turn this over to all of you, and if you could, put your cards up if you have comments, and we'd love to have a conversation with all of you, is if you think about banks, now they're regulated entities. The government has stress testing of banks, right? So post the financial crisis, the idea of stress testing was the idea that you had the appropriate wherewithal to withstand a crisis. Is this an appropriate time when you think about resiliency to require the utility providers, the companies that actually take part in the critical infrastructures, or the organizations that provide critical services to actually be stress tested in some ways? Does that make sense? There are standards associated with vendors and the products that they provide. Should there be certification of those kinds of standards and the requirement for the deployment of those to ensure hardening? And then there are a number of ideas related to responses that we could have a conversation with you about, and what Chris calls the trade space. If you attack us this way, then if that's attributable, then you get to suffer some consequences by being kicked off some very useful economic kind of network like the SWIFT network. Anyway, so a number of really interesting set of ideas to pursue. So why don't we begin the discussion? So please put your card up and I can call on you to contribute to the discussion. Who wants to go first? I think we're back there. First, I can't read your name quite fully.
Sorry.
It's somewhat occluded, but go ahead.
Yeah, the thing I can't understand is how you can really attack a power grid because they're on a private network. I mean, it's very easy to get on the internet, which is a common network, but it's like the Stuxnet virus, the Iran centrifuges that were attacked. The virus was put on a memory stick and someone physically put it on a computer. So you have a private network. So unless it's sabotage, how can you, from a remote computer, get on a private network and therefore disable, say, the power grid? How does that happen?
So let me request, say, Chris to speak to it, but there's both the aspect of connections via the corporate networks, but then there's also what's called bridging the air gap. But do you want to speak to it?
Or actually, I think you were
Laura?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. In the case of Black Energy, they were the systems that the power plant, the substation, and the transmission system were on were connected to the internet. So in a lot of cases, there are portions of the operating systems within the operational operating systems within power plants that are offline, but there's still basic connectivity to different parts of the plant. And I don't recall the exact way that the tunneling worked in the 2015 attack, but the way that these worked is they were able to do reconnaissance inside the network and understand what programs controlled the circuit breakers. And when the reporting came out about this, there's a very vivid video that someone took with their iPhone, one of the operators took with their iPhone, where they see the cursor, the little arrow of the mouse, going over to the circuit breaker and clicking them open remotely from the desktop that they have connected to the network inside the actual transmission station. So this is completely remote. There is not a suspicion that there was an insider who had planted something, at least in the case of these Black Energy attacks. And what this does speak to is it gets back to this resilience question to some degree, which is what really does need to be online, especially in critical infrastructure space. But in this case, they had a connection online.
Well, that was only in the Ukraine. That wouldn't apply. They just made a big error in the way they designed the system. If a properly designed system, which is separated from the internet, would be very difficult to attack. Is not that true?
Well, if it's not online, it is harder to attack. I mean, that's, yes, the nature of the game. Now, what I wouldn't want to conclude is that Ukraine was somehow behind, and because they were sitting there connected to the internet with some of their operational systems, that this wouldn't happen in the U.S. We have seen Black Energy, and earlier this spring, the U.S. government said that Black Energy, the same malware, has been on U.S. utilities in power plants, so was detected on it. So, in fact, there's more connectivity at a lot of U.S. utilities than there is in Ukraine, given how quickly technology was adopted at some of the plants here.
Yeah, I just echo that. I'd say you're right, and this is one of the enduring problems. If something is configured absolutely perfectly and people take all the precautions and it's completely not connected to the internet, it's much safer. It's not completely safe because there's insider and other threats that are there. People don't do that, though. It'd be nice if everyone did that. This is one of the reasons that these attacks succeed again and again. People don't even do the basic hygiene steps they need to. So you can't assume that level of protection that's there, and you can't assume that uniformity.
Just a quick word on the Ukrainian attack. The original attack began with a spear phishing attack on an individual computer that then spread into the network. But your point actually about heterogeneity and the benefits that accrue from heterogeneity in architecture and disconnection from the public internet is actually a defense of the sort that I think you were alluding to.
It used to be. I mean, I think it used to be that power plant software was such a, unique and kind of backwater area that, and there was, no one would hack into it because no one really understood the code. But now many of them are running on like Windows 10, so that changes it.
Did you have a question here, or did you have you had it up and then you put it down. Yeah.
I know, I was feeling shy. There was a mention, I particularly like the bank metaphor. I thought that was very useful. And there have been times when the internet has been, when social media companies or search companies have been able to deter bad behavior by cutting off payment access, such as when people were finding your mugshot, putting up at the top of the search results, charging you $200 to take it down, and then just putting it back up again a week later under another company. So it's this sort of ransomware. Do you see any, particularly a question for Mr. Rosenfeld, do you see any opportunities for a kind of another level of control that could be financial? Just throwing it out there.
I would think so. I think if you ask yourself what separates the good guys from the bad guys, is that the good guys can operate in public and they tend to be a majority. So any technique that relies on that is likely to be sort of give it a differential advantage. And I think financial, like the SWIFT network, the SWIFT penalty that was discussed here, is quite severe. And I would imagine that we might need to build a whole set of gradations, how much you use that, but all the way up to and through SWIFT and sanctions beyond that. But yeah, I think financial tools have traditionally been shown to be very effective in dealing with difficult problems that are difficult to deal with otherwise, such as hate groups and sort of internal domestic players. I would be a fan of that. And I'm not speaking from a position of expertise, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's worked well for like child pornography and other things like that. It's harder to do in this area because sanctions work sometimes because it denies the bad criminals, if you can identify them, or nation states, the use of the U.S. financial system, which has far broader context, as Dan Fried can tell you, than just in the U.S. So that is one aspect. When we're thinking of these creative tools, though, I mean, obviously, when you think about it, and this is why it requires thought, the SWIFT thing does have problems. You get to use it once, probably, and that's it, because the countries you do it will then develop their own payment systems, as they already are doing, to become more independent. The private sector runs SWIFT, not governments, so that means the governments can't really do it on their own, and it has huge economic consequences on us. So you have to decide how this is done. The other one that I threw out in terms of black holing traffic, the technical community has done this for years. When they see bad traffic coming in, they what they call black hole. They prevent certain IP addresses from having access to your routing to the U.S. In other words, the bad stuff can't get here. Now, the problem is how exquisitely can you do that, narrow that, so you don't cut off good stuff from coming here? Do you not block news organizations or other things? And do you block the entire country of Russia? No, that would be hard. That would be a huge issue for the Russian people. So how do you then do that more narrowly? And of course, smart, nation states or cyber criminals will change their tactics and procedures to get around them. So this is why I think this is not just us throwing out ideas. This is where I really do think the technical community and the policy community need to roll up their sleeves and think of what are the options that are out there that we just haven't thought of.
So there's a question back there. You also put your card down.
Yes, my information's a little out of date. Back in the early Obama administration, I know the NSA wanted to make almost a legal requirement for banks and other organizations to report any attempt of cyber attack on their system. I know the banking industry didn't want to go that direction, and I think even the utilities and CSX and others were a little lukewarm. Now, I don't know if they have come around more to an accepting position on that or not.
So I'd say we have slavishly followed this idea that incentives will cure everything, right? And they haven't. Incentives are important as part of the measure. But I think it's clear that for a lot of these industries, these critical infrastructures, they haven't done enough yet, and we need to figure out new ways to either incentivize or push them to do this. Now, with the banking industry, they are a regulated industry, so the regulators have made it important for them to report these issues. Now, they've been they need to be a little more definite, substantial effect, and even big cybercrime cases might not have a substantial effect on a huge multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar company. But I think it's gotten a little better. SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, has disclosure requirements. That probably needs to get stronger. The European Union has done work. You talked about certification. They have a new Cybersecurity Act in the EU, which requires voluntary certification, which, as what happened with what they call the GDPR, the Digital Privacy Act, will end up becoming a global standard whether the U.S. wants it to or not. And so I think there has been some aspect, but there are a lot of critical infrastructures that don't have that regulatory framework, where they're not maybe as in tune to this as they need to be. We've talked. I'm a recovering lawyer. We've talked about lawyers are litigious people, and we talked about liability for these things for years and years and years. But there's no set standard of care. There really is no liability. There's no real, in my view, effective insurance regime that's driven by liability. There is some insurance out there. I think things like what they call the NIST standards, this is developed by the Department of Commerce, as voluntary standards. Over time, that will be a standard of care, and that we'll see some of this. But we need, I think, a little stronger hand in this, in my view.
Laura, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I'll pick up a little bit on your insurance point. I think that there are drivers, quite a few outside of government right now, who are imposing at least some level of cost, or maybe thought, even prematurely of cost, for a lot of corporations that I've been dealing with over the last few years. And on the insurance point, I think whether government fills the hole and thinks through what the regulatory framework looks like for companies' networks, or whether it's insurance policies, I think increasingly there's going to need to be a set equivalent to what the physical equivalent of digital locks on your door would be for companies, and that will be either dictated through insurance policies or incented through types of insurance policies. But at this point, being able to insure against the types of risks that we're seeing in cyberspace, whether it's Maersk having their company taken down and 16 of 76 shipping terminals in the world down for days. I mean, these are huge corporate costs. And if government's not going to come in with the level of granularity around security regulations that are needed, then other places like insurance policies will start filling those gaps.
So just a word on insurance as well. So at Carnegie Mellon, we have a fairly significant effort with both information security officers as well as risk officers. These are programs that we run. And as part of this discussion, we've had a number of really interesting conversations with insurance companies around just the issues that Laura and Chris just talked about. Firms don't have, and nor do insurance companies have, a good equivalent of the mortality table, so to speak, in this space, and they don't know how to price this risk. So, on the other hand, many of these firms feel the need for some kind of insurance. So, I think this idea of having to internalize the costs associated with these, because there are externalities associated with this. This might not just be this organization that is affected, but it might actually spread across multiple organizations. Therefore, the need for some kind of stress testing of the sort that we're seeing in other sectors, so that the aspect of how to insure against these kinds of risks, which in turn will provide the right incentives to invest in the infrastructure to provide resilience, I think is an interesting idea.
Yeah, I just wanted to foot stomp that. I mean, I think the problem is when you don't know what the damages are, when you don't know because the liability is not out there, and it's hard to quantify. That's one of the problems with insurance out there. I think there's been some cases where insurance companies are underwriting some of this stuff, but based more on what the companies are doing to protect themselves rather than what the loss is. There have been some high-profile claims recently of an insurance company denying coverage for the big NotPetya worm, saying it was an act of war. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty here,
Right.
but you need a You need a system that is more like what we have in physical world threats than we have now with cyber.
And reinsurance is a big issue for those kinds of insurance as well. Okay, so a lot of questions on this side. Perhaps this side needs to ask some questions. Any questions on this side?
Or comments.
Or comments, yeah. This is what I used to do in class, so you're giving me an opportunity to do this over and over again. So. I'll come to you in just a minute. So can I just offer a quick comment on this? The question was, are there standards, IEEE, ISO, etc. DARPA has been leading a very significant effort, and NIST has some standards in this space as well, in particular related to what I was talking about, these high assurance SCADA systems. These are these control and data acquisition systems that are widely deployed in critical infrastructure. So DARPA has got a very significant effort that's been ongoing now for close to 8-9 years. They also did a recent DOE, DOD, and DHS effort simulating a cyber attack in Plum Island to see what the response would be to taking down utility and seeing how quickly can you bring the grid back up. So there have been these kinds of efforts ongoing. But the issue of, are there particular standards that vendors have to sell to or meet? I'm not as knowledgeable about that. Chris?
I'd say generally no. There's pockets of like regulated industries or areas like the healthcare industry where there are some firm standards. I think often people are worried about calling something a standard because then that means it's required, and that means then there's liability if you don't meet it, and that's regulatory, and people, the R word is a bad word just generally in DC for, and unfortunately I think we have to rethink that to some extent. I'm not saying the regulatory approach is the right way, but I think we have to rethink how we're doing this. There are some good things out there. You mentioned the NIST framework. It's a framework. It's not standards. It's the framework. But it was built by the critical infrastructure with the help of the government, so it's a joint project, and I think that's been helpful. And that could ripen into a standard over time, as I said before. I mentioned the stuff that's going on in Europe. The idea of something called ENISA, the European Network Information Security Agency, which is in Greece, oddly, is supposed to help implement these certification regimes, again, working with the various industries. So that'll be an interesting project as it goes forward. There are other things that are you mentioned IEEE. Yes, they have more technical standards that are out there. There's a number of those out there that NIST has as well. I'm on the board of a company, a nonprofit called the Center for Internet Security, works closely with DHS in running the election interference, or the election ISAC, Information Sharing and Analysis group, and also the multi-state one. But also has something called the 20 CIS controls, and you have sub-controls under this. If you're a business and you follow all those controls, you're probably protected against 90% of the stuff that's out there. Not the very sophisticated nation states will still find a way in, but this is a big deal. But people aren't really following that because they don't have to. Some are, some aren't. And insurance companies and others are using that somewhat as an underwriting standard. So I'd say it's episodic at best, and that's probably part of the problem. There's no real firm standard out there that people, even if they want to do it, can look to and say that's what we should be doing.
Ronnie, did you have a comment?
No, thank you.
Up here. Yeah.
I have a question more focused on disinformation.
Sure.
It's very obvious that a power grid or having to take down a movie or cyber attacks is something that people can feel, can see, and they may know where it comes from or not. But with disinformation, we have a bigger problem, which is people don't even acknowledge it exists, or it's like the debate about disinformation is so politicized that people deny it. I mean, even people in government, even the president denies it. And sometimes, I do most of my research on disinformation, and when you address a group of citizens, journalists, diplomats, whatever, there's always someone who's like, no, this is coming, like, yeah, you're saying that maybe Russia or Iran, which I research in Spanish and they do it in Spanish, but the United States does it too, and the European Union does it too. So I wanted to know, what are your ideas on making this problem of hybrid warfare, disinformation, more transparent, like to make people acknowledge it, or I don't know, you've talked about education, it's very important, but I think we're not doing enough there, or like society's not doing enough, and it's a bigger problem here. Like Spanish, what we're seeing in Latin America right now is extremely worrisome. We see Russian, not only Russian, also from Iran, by the way. I don't know why Iran has like Spanish disinformation, but they do. And we see like they are preying on the problems that the continent is having right now to spread disinformation on accounts that Twitter consistently takes down, and they are based in Iran, Venezuela, or Russia, spreading disinformation in Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, anywhere you see. And but today I was in another conference at the University of American States. We were addressing the same topic, and two journalists from Colombia said, like, no, that's a lie. That's the United States is also doing. And it's not, because clearly the headlines and RT is speaking. So I just wanted to know your ideas on like how we can actually make the people better informed about this. Take a look at yourself.
No real ideas, but just trying to point out that information manipulation has been around forever, right? And it is as effective as the differential between the sophistication of the perpetrator and the lack of sophistication of the receiver. So it stands to reason that the more you are able to raise the level of sophistication of the receiver, the more you reduce the risk and the impact of it. So this is just another way of saying education is really important. But there is an in-between factor. Take web browsing, which became prevalent in the last 15, 20 years ago. The technology actually existed well before. What was missing was the user interface. It was the Netscape communicator that came out in the late 90s, I think, that made it extremely easy. It was the act of clicking on something and going there that caused the web to penetrate every household, as opposed to being just a purview of academics and computer science geeks, right? So something very similar can happen in information consumption, or what I call informational resilience. It's not just that you want to educate people, you want to give them tools that nudge them towards the more intelligent and critical use of information. Right now, I'm going back to my previous point, right now the tools we give them, which are browsers, are terrible in that regard. They are not built to help people discern veracity of information, source of information. We need to change the tools, we need to change the interface. That would go a long way towards allowing people, and I very much relate to Ambassador Fried's comments before, it won't cure everybody. There are going to be people who are going to ignore it, but it will allow many people in the middle who are not bothering with now because they don't know how, because they don't think about it, will allow them to relate differently to information depending on how it's presented. Is it anonymous? Is it verified? Who is it verified by? Which brands, which informational brands is it tied to, and so forth. So I think there's a lot of work for us to do at the human-computer interface area to elevate that.
Thank you, Laura.
One thing that I was, in answering this question, which I think the first panel began to deal with quite a bit too, I was surprised that we didn't get into more of a discussion of the way that social media platforms or advertising companies, that they don't want to be called, are incented in what the algorithm and the engagement model looks like there. Because I think that underlies, yes, there's a browser problem, but in all reality, people are getting their information overwhelmingly off scrolling their Facebook newsfeed. Right, and reporters are looking at Twitter for what story's coming on. And as long as that attention engagement model where fear, emotional responses, the most extreme level of dialogue gets incented, and the level of understanding about the transparency of sources is not apparent, then we're going to be dealing with this at a scale that's nearly impossible to counter. I mean, not to be super cyber Cassandra, but that's the level of the problem, right? People are getting their news in a way that is outside of the types of gatekeepers that incented good information before. And I think that when we're thinking about the responses from a foreign actor standpoint, from a foreign interference standpoint, and how they play on social media, what have you, exposing that Russia is doing it, whatever the story is, that it's coming from the Kremlin or coming from whatever new incarnation of the IRA is out there, what have you, is not particularly effective at countering the effect that this information pollution is having in people's news environment. And unlike, for instance, when we were dealing with the problem of the Chinese military's wholesale intellectual property theft that was happening online, we were able to expose what the Chinese military was doing, taking 15 years of R&D, expose how it worked and where it was coming out of and what the IP addresses were behind it and the nature of the campaign and the fact that our green technology was gone for the last 10 years. And that had a huge effect on how the Chinese government played. And we essentially established a norm writ large in the West that it was off limits to steal intellectual property. We're playing with a completely different incentive structure when it comes to Russia interfering right now. And that's because of the media environment, it's because of the advertising environment from social media platforms, and it's because Russia relies on on their actions being public to have both an effect that shows they're larger than their power on traditional stages would be, and because it works. So the public exposure and transparency all sound great, and I think they're part of a good way to take a bite out of an elephant here. But exposing that this is Russian and Kremlin backed for the bazillionth time is not going to be the panacea here, like it was in other cases when we took on foreign adversaries.
I'd say, first, thanks for the heads up because I'm speaking at that conference tomorrow, so that will be that'll be helpful. So good, good to hear. But I think Laura's absolutely right. I mean, I think the problem is people become numb to the fact that you're saying it's Russia, and if they are and this is what the question I asked Dan. I mean, if they're predisposed to believe it, people are basically drinking their news through straws, and I think it's larger than just small little fringe communities. It's a lot of people, and I think that's a danger because then it's harder to have an impact, even with all these transparency and other measures. So I'd say two things. One, this is the hardest thing to do, but this is something, and people throw out the France example, which I think is only partially helpful. I think, the France example was a little bit of an outlier, frankly. But I think
the rule was there before it happened too.
Yeah, I think. We need to do a lot of long-term education to get people to think critically again. And part of that is things like teaching civics in school, which we don't really do anymore. Part of that is making people actually not just trust everything that comes across the internet, but actually think about it critically. And that's a generational change. That's not something you do in a year or 2 years. So that's a hard thing to do, frankly. The other thing, this question also goes to this issue of attribution. When you say we don't believe this is happening. It's helpful if you can not just point it out, but if you can show your work to some extent. And there is this myth, and this goes both for disinformation and the things we're discussing here, that attribution in cyberspace is impossible. I mean, that's almost a meme, that you can't attribute conduct, you can't do it. And I'll tell you that the greatest proponents of that myth are the people who are doing the bad actions, because and this is not just true in the cyber world, it's true in the physical world too. When the invasion of Ukraine happened, you remember the little green men, and we didn't do that. It didn't matter how many videos you had of people speaking Russian and having their patches fall off and it showed they're from a particular Russian regiment. It didn't matter. They'd say, oh, we didn't do it, and you can't prove we did it. Same with some of these cyber attacks I mentioned, where, again, despite the evidence, there was a lot of evidence, they said they didn't do it. And they demand 100% attribution and showing all the evidence. Now, I'll say two things, and I was a federal prosecutor for years. The standard there is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not absolute certainty. This is one of the reasons why engineers were bad jurors. Right? They wanted absolute certainty. So there is a sense that, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. You look at motivation, you look at the digital footprints, you look at the money flows, you look at a lot of different things. And countries don't want to be wrong. When they make these claims that another country did this, which they do fairly rarely, if they're wrong, it undercuts their credibility in the future. So you don't need 100% proof. You're not going to release all the evidence you have because some of it's classified, and or classified or sensitive, and it might give the roadmap to the adversary so they'll do things to you in the future. My best example of that is you mentioned the Sony Pictures attack. One of the big frustrations for me is, we had President Obama's going out and saying it's the North Koreans. The first time you ever have a president do this. And before he did that, everyone was saying, oh, it's the North Koreans. It's the North Koreans. Why hasn't the U.S. come out and said it's the North Koreans? He comes out and says the North Koreans, and then all these pundits, including really people I like, came out and said, oh, it's not the North Koreans, because they released a lot of evidence, but they didn't release everything, and that we can't show that it was actually them. I mean, people who are real luminaries in this community came out and said that, which was frustrating for me because we knew it was the North Koreans, and we said it was North Koreans, but we're not going to give all the proof. So 4 years later, 5 years later, about a year ago, a 165-page affidavit came out in a criminal case, which laid out all the evidence, and these same pundits were out and said, oh, I guess it wasn't North Korean. So the attribution is possible. It absolutely is possible. We've done it multiple times. It is not a black box. Yes, it's harder for sophisticated actors who route their communications through other countries and things, but it's not impossible. And we can show that, and we can do the demonstrations of when they've done these bad things, and we need to hold that out and do a better job. Now, you're not going to name and shame Russia, you're not going to name and shame North Korea, but you can, I think, get people to understand why this is important and trust you. And that's true for disinformation, Jim.
Just a quick follow-up on something that you mentioned before, which is the verified accounts and verifying users. I mean, it's been also very frustrating to see Twitter, for instance, or Facebook verifying Margarita Simonian and all the people that work. Those people are verified, verified accounts. So I think the Russian way of making users doubt about everything is they are also very good. They are also so I think that has not been very helpful so far.
Yeah, it's not a panacea, but it's a form of hardening the target. Let me just add, I completely agree with you, Laura, that the main issue is the social networks, and I shouldn't have used the term browser. What I really meant is all the platforms on which you consume and produce information should support easier verification, easier tracing of information, including authoring tools. So when you want to post something online, it should be easy for you to do it in a way that other people can verify it's you and what are you relying on and so forth.
Yeah, and I like your point that it doesn't mean you're taking away anonymity, because there's good reasons. This is a debate we used to have all the time where the law enforcement community say we want to trace everyone, and and then you realize, well, you can't do that because you take away people's ability to speak anonymously, which they often have in the physical world too, about personal issues and others. So there are things you need to be you need to be identified for, banking and other things. There's things you don't, but making that distinction, as you said, and saying with certain things you can trace it, and if it's anonymous, then you can take that with a grain of salt and say it's anonymous.
Right. And I hope that some people will will learn to behave, to consume information in a responsible way by, for example, blocking anonymous information or anonymous information with certain sentiment analysis attached to it, as Professor Hovey suggested earlier. So people can, you talked about drink from a straw, which is really a bad thing. I completely agree with you. This is a source of a lot of the problems. But you can also use it to advantage if you have a rich informational infrastructure that gives you nuances of what is being discussed, by whom, who's behind it, who verified it, and so forth.
I mean, I don't want to be the skeptic in the room, but I will be and say, people like salacious things sometimes, and they don't block them. People go see car accidents. So I wish that were true. I wish people would block it. But I think we have a long way to go before we get there.
I would agree, but a good analogy here is the World Weekly News, right? We're not going to eliminate tabloids, right? But they have not done the kind of damage that some of these campaigns have done. And we need to think, how do we coexist with these kind of yellow journalism style things and identify them as such?
There's a paper in Science by Sinan Aral that talks about rumors spread more virally and faster on Twitter than regular news for the reasons that you just mentioned. Sarah, your question here, and then I'll come back to you. I know you had a question. Yeah.
Thanks, and I do want to remind people, when you're speaking, please do use the microphone. I had a sort of two-finger, although I have a lot of other questions. I want to push back a little bit on the panel and get your thoughts on this issue of consequence and escalation. I think the phrase naming and shaming is not useful. The way the Russian government, and the Kremlin specifically, deployed the active measures in the IRA and the GRU in terms of social media had a lot of psychological insight into where the US is and other democracies are. But we can do the same in terms of what matters to Mr. Putin and his circle, specifically money, the funding that they have, the bank accounts, in the first panel, I think Dan was mentioning, estates in the south of France, townhouses in London. What is your thought on, in the consequence of exposing even a little bit of that, if we were able to do that, of showing, follow the money and show where the bank accounts are? This is the most vulnerable part, I think, for the Kremlin in terms of how the Russian population sees the leadership. And we know around the world that corruption is an issue that really can get people on the street and motivated. So is that, if we were to do that, if we had the ability to do that, would we be exposing ourselves to some kind of infrastructure attack that would be asymmetric and really worse and affecting people? I mean, what's the psychology on our side self-deterring from this?
I mean, first of all, it has the advantage of being the truth, right? We're not making up these stories about Russian corruption. It's there. So it's pointing out what the actual holdings and investments are. Second, I absolutely agree. I think that is a leverage point. There was a Defense Sciences Board report. It was done about 4 years ago. Chris Inglis and others worked on it. And it said you have to tailor the consequences if you're going to actually deter conduct by the actor, by the adversary. And certain different things will make a difference to Putin than they will to North Korea, than they will to others. So, and I think you're right. I think one big vulnerability is that corruption and how they're viewed, in Russia and how it's viewed around the world. So yes, we should be doing more of that. Two things we haven't. We've done some sanctions. We haven't really, I think, gone after these money flows in the way we should. Even the UK hasn't. Look, they had the Skripal poisoning, which is a big frickin' deal. And I'd say two things about the Skripal poisoning. One, it shows the distinction still between cyber and these physical world attacks, where the cyber is still this boutique area and not the major priority. It took Theresa May a week to say it was Russia. It took 2 weeks, or a week after that, to get, I forget how many countries together to expel diplomats and do other things. It took not petty as 6.5 months, and then nothing really followed from it. So we have to reach that same level. But even there, the UK didn't really go after the townhouses in Mayfair or other things there. I mean, they didn't go after their holdings, things that would really make an effect. Now, you ask about escalation. I think Jim Clapper had said that one of the reasons we didn't do more or waited late is that, we were afraid that the Russians, because we're very vulnerable, we're really connected to cyberspace, that they would launch some kind of attack. I think we have to get over that. I think we have to worry about escalation, but if we keep worrying about what the response will be, we'll take no action, and that just will embolden them to do more. And so there's ways to control escalation, just like in the real world. We have lots of tools to do that. It doesn't mean we shouldn't go crazy and do something that would be really escalatory, like, shut down a power plant or something. But there's lots of things we could do on finances and other issues that I think would be a proportional response. And if they respond, we can control for that.
I would add Nord Stream 2 and a serious look at it as the enormous, I think, asymmetric advantage that Europe would have and the U.S. would have in countering Russia's economic livelihood right now. And I don't think that energy issues come up enough in discussions about how we interact with Russia. And while exposing, Medvedev and other people's places in France is a nice info war tactic, the reality is, the middle class on up have benefited in Russia from Putin and others' ability to have access into the European markets to sell gas. And I would really look at Germany's role in enabling a lot of that. The other piece, too, when you think about things that have gotten under the Kremlin's skin, is kind of your question asks here. Go back to the Panama paper exposure. What year was that? 2015? It was 16? The year that nothing happened. Yeah. So, that was really seen as an information weapon. And, granted, there's no evidence that the U.S. was behind that, but look at how much that was seen as a threat to the Kremlin and sparked some of the initial exposure of the estates in France, et cetera. So,
yes. No,
I thought you said up front.
No, go here and then we come here.
So I'm Karin Shui with the Estonian American National Council, and I just wanted to ask about the Tallinn Manual and Tallinn Manual 2.0, and if they're relevant to this discussion at all, or have they faded into obscurity, or, what's your perspective on the helpfulness of those pieces of work?
So, you want to start?
No.
Okay. So, for those of you who don't know, the Tallinn Manual and Tallinn Manual 2 were an attempt by a number of international lawyers with the participation but not, blessing of a number of countries too, to come up with how international law applies to cyberspace. And there's a lot of really good things in there, frankly, I think, but it's not blessed by countries. This is a group of experts, and some of the stuff I think is really good. Some of it I think is kind of questionable, but that's fine. That's what academic works like this do. But I would say this. The number one conclusion that they make, which has also now been agreed to by a number of countries, including Russia, China, the U.S., and others, is that international law actually does apply to cyberspace. There was this doubt at one point that it didn't. I think the distinction now is the U.S. and others feel that we don't need new international laws. You have to apply the ones you have, because if you have differing laws, that creates instability in itself. But it tries to deal with things like how do you respond to a cyber incident below the threshold of force, what is the use of force, et cetera. Lots of thorny legal questions. There's not complete agreement on it. But I think it was a really good attempt to lay that out, and it's one of the touchstones I think people use. Now, what's happening now in a number of different fora, in the UN, there's two separate things, something called the UN Group of Governmental Experts, which this is the third one. The first one agreed international law applied. The second one came up with some norms. The third one is starting now. And then something called the Open-Ended Working Group, which is a larger number of countries. That was a Russian resolution that was just meeting in New York. And they're both looking at some of these questions. And there are some challenges. Like China and Russia don't want to go into how international humanitarian law works, which is the law of armed conflict. This is like when you have a conflict, proportionality, distinction, things like that, where other countries do. But I think the short-term workaround for that may be that countries are beginning to express their own views on how international law applies. And I think that's the first step, right? So one thing written into this group of governmental experts resolution of the UN was that voluntarily countries should come forth and say, here's how we think it applies to cyberspace. And a number of countries have started to do that. And so this is a long-term thing, right? We're not going to get there overnight, but I think more countries are doing that. The Tallinn Manual helps inform that, so it's not shelfware, but I think it's a helpful marker along the path.
I don't have
Here you go.
Thank you. I'm Natalie Maréchal with the Ranking Digital Rights Project at New America. I'd like to pick up on Laura Galante's comment about social media companies being more properly termed advertising companies and how this incents companies to behave in certain ways. So I think that comment speaks to the importance of the tech company structure, their business model, again, the incentives that they respond to. And so how do you see, and my organization is focused on nudging companies to move in a more human rights and democracy respecting direction with respect to these themes. So I'm curious how you and perhaps others on the panel see the role of tools like privacy regulation and antitrust in reshaping the tech sector, and specifically the American tech sector, in ways that bolster democracy rather than undermine it.
So I feel like the privacy debate is actually distinct from a lot of the questions around what the social media advertising companies are incenting. And I actually think it's a fallacy that we've fallen into a lot over the last few years, that, oh, if we just figured out how people could own their data or how they could consent to certain data use, then we would, be okay in how we use these platforms. And I think that's false. So as much as good privacy efforts should be tackled, and I think GDPR is an interesting way of starting that conversation in a regulatory format, privacy I see as a sort of related but distinct problem here than what we're dealing with more tactically on let's just be clear, it's mostly Facebook, right? Twitter to some degree, but Facebook in particular. And I think that efforts, and I would point to what the Center for Humane Technology has been doing over the last few years. I think they've really been putting in good thought and are there in San Francisco and kind of bridging and working with social media in addition to being a real outside critique. And what they're essentially, and others are looking at, is how do you either incent transparency about how these algorithms are preferencing what they are preferencing, and then how do you expose what that transparency looks like? It's essentially, how are you an editor 2.0 Facebook, right? Though you don't want to be in an editing or a content role, your algorithm is by default creating what goes into someone's sight line for their media environment, right? So how did those exposure and accountability efforts around algorithms and content preferences start to come out, I think is a really natural next step for how we get some accountability on the game.
So perhaps a slightly different perspective on this. From a user standpoint, one could ask the question that the algorithms that are curating the content that an individual reads on Facebook or any kind of social media is actually reducing search costs for the user and is actually delivering content that the user wants to obtain access to. Social media also preserves the individual's right of association. I decide who I want to connect to, and that's all for the good. I think the problem arises when you have, on the one hand, the user's free will, which we'd like to support, to have the capacity to decide who they want to connect to and the kind of content they want to read. But then you also have this filter bubble kind of problem that arises from the fact that the algorithms that further send you content that's tied in with not only what you read but what your friends read, and this then becomes an issue where you have this concentration of content that doesn't allow you to get perhaps, so from a social welfare perspective, there's a tension with the individual utility maximizing perspective, right? So the question is, where do you sort of land? So I think it's not as straightforward as saying that it's advertising that's the problem. I think somebody has to pay for this infrastructure, and it has to be paid for in some manner. I think it's this question of how do we best navigate this trade-off between individual utility maximizing behavior and social welfare maximizing behavior. I think that's sort of the trade-off, and I think you can land in different places. Where what Laura said may well be one way to sort of decide you want to sort of land in this place where you sort of are going to sort of make some decisions perhaps about the kind of content that you're going to see. Maybe that's something that you could say that the algorithms have to not just rely on content related to what you are seeing and what your friends are saying, but in addition to that, we will send you additional content, 20% of the content or something like that, over and above. And then that in turn gets you to see the ads then are also not so specific. But so I think it's a more complicated, more nuanced issue. I think it goes to this issue of how do you trade off these two goals.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I came in a few minutes late, so not my name tent, but I'm Alina Polyakova. I'm at the Brookings Institution. I want to pick up on this conversation that you're just having about algorithmic transparency and content delivery mechanisms. And I'm reminded of a statistic actually from the Center of Humane Technology that you mentioned, Laura. And I can't say I know exactly how they got this statistic, but something in the nature of like 80% of the hours, billions of hours watched on YouTube are delivered by the algorithm and not chosen through a user query. And I think that's quite shocking when you consider the number of hours per day that YouTube gets eyeballs on. And I think that gets to the question of algorithm transparency in a really profound way when it comes to user choice. But I think often when you approach the companies with this question, their response is that they have to protect trade secrets or intellectual property rights. But I think there's a spectrum of transparency, right? I think it's not that you have transparency or you don't, right? And I think the issue that we need to be talking about, in my view, and I think the companies are open to this conversation, is defining what that means when it comes to transparency around personal data collection, micro-targeting, transparency around sharing data with researchers, for example. This is a huge issue that, I don't know if there's anybody here from Social Science One, but the entire experience of Facebook trying to set up some sort of information sharing mechanisms with the research community just has been a complete I think it's a complete disaster, right? So I think these are the kinds of conversations that seem to be on the table now, where we can start to find some middle ground. And what do we actually mean by transparency from the perspective of the user, perspective of governments, the perspective of the research community, and the perspective of industry, and where can we actually find ways to establish some sort of processes to build trust and to build information sharing into the coordination system between the private sector and these other sectors I mentioned. So I would be just keen for any thoughts on that. How do we do that better?
Just one comment and then a broader remark. With regard to YouTube, I think the driver of that is the engagement model, which is that it's queued up, so you watch a video and the next one lines up, and that's what results in. And I think it's tied to the number of hours of engagement. And and your point there is well taken. Now, to your other point about how do we involve information sharing. You're absolutely right that the Facebook initiative has been it's been a disaster. I think I was looking for a better word, but I couldn't find it. But I think the thing that we've been thinking about, right, to a broader question of how do we support public and private sector information sharing. I'm not speaking specifically of Facebook here. No, I'm thinking of the broader question of how do you take private information and public information and connect the two. There was a National Academies report that a colleague of mine, Tom Mitchell, co-authored with Eric Brynjolfsson from MIT. And one of their points was that there's a lot of information, for instance, LinkedIn, Monster.com, Burning Glass, etc., and then BLS kind of data, just to give you an example, something totally different from the Facebook kind of context that we've been talking about. But at the same time, there's not that much that's enabled by connecting the dots between public and private data sources because of privacy kinds of concerns. So one of the thoughts that we've been having is, could there be a breakthrough in privacy-sensitive technology that would allow for computing that would allow for inferences to be drawn while still protecting privacy? In other words, the policy debate could be changed by shifting the curve, if you will, if you think of the y-axis as the quality of inferences you could draw and the x-axis is some measure of privacy protection you could afford, then can you afford greater levels of privacy protection while still increasing the quality of inferences made through a privacy-sensitive computation? So this is an example of going the other way, where you're saying technology innovation could change the policy debate. And it's not directly in response to your Facebook question, but to your broader question of how could you have private and public and other sectors sharing information. That's something that's an ongoing discussion we're having at Carnegie Mellon.
You know, I would be curious if there's anyone in the room who has good historical knowledge on what the FCC went through with television advertising early on in truth in advertising. And, you just think about some of the efforts that we arrived on, right? Like kids programming can't have a certain number of advertising for products or whatever it is on kids channels. And you can't play certain types of movies while kids are awake, or whatever these kind of rules are that developed around content in the FCC. I don't know if there's parallels there, but as Alina's bringing up here, autoplay and the number of minutes spent where people are just sucked into a non-choice essentially in a lot of these cases, you just wonder how you start to balance out some of the public good aspect of this through mechanisms that we have in other spheres. So not to just posit a question back to you, but I wonder if there are other analogies that we can look to in this space that kind of fit that advertising communication model and incentive structure that we've dealt with in other areas before.
So we're any other comments, Ronnie? Did you want to comment on this?
Just to add, I really like your framing of the individual utility maximization and liberty versus the social welfare. And of course, we're dealing with it in other areas. And in recent years, we're dealing with the nudge theory and with the whole sort of behavioral economics approach. And I think that's what you were tying into. You're talking about choice.
Yeah.
We're really talking about choice architectures.
Right,
So
right.
how do you frame the choice in a way that help people do what they might think is ultimately the right thing for them without taking away their freedom of choice? We have not. I don't have solutions, but we have not thought enough about it. The entire online experiences evolved without any attention to that question at all. It evolved only to maximize, revenues and engagement.
Indeed, that's a great point, Ronnie. And also, as a dean, I'm allowed to brag once during a session. So behavioral economics is also a great strength at Carnegie Mellon. So we are getting close to the end of our panel. I just want to make sure that we give, like we did in the last round, collect a set of questions and then answer them. So maybe it's time for, they call it rapid fire. So if you could sort of ask your questions. Yes, Ellen.
Sorry, I actually just had a two-finger and
okay, all right.
Question.
I'm sorry, we only answered one. We'll go to the second one. Go ahead.
No, I just a two-finger meaning a follow-up, or just
Indeed.
DC parlance. Anyways, just to the FCC
Sarah's
point.
been schooling me to those things.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
The FCC point that Laura made, one of my colleagues at Brookings is Tom Wheeler, who's the former chairman of the FCC. And we had this conversation with him about Section 230, which of course is the main reason why the FCC has no mandate or jurisdiction over the companies, right? And there doesn't seem to be a plan to replace Section 230 or to revise Section 230. And until that happens, I think all of these parallels that they're obviously there, Laura, between telecom industry and perhaps other industries as well, the FCC cannot touch any of it. And so as a result, we're in this kind of ad hoc model where like the FTC has jurisdiction over some elements, the SEC has jurisdiction over some elements of the kind of digital environment, but we don't have any sort of comprehensive regulatory thinking because of like two lines in that code from the mid-90s.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Just because I study political communication, I would say that cable television challenged the FCC's ability to regulate. The internet destroyed it. So let's just to go there. I just want to throw out a fun and provocative question where I think all of this discussion has been really good, really nuanced, but it's like the opiate crisis, right? If you're facing an industry that is determined to ignore all evidence that this is destroying human health, and you're essentially robbing humans of their ability to navigate addiction, which is what it did. And not to say that, either the patients or the doctors or the companies are necessarily evil, but the system itself perpetuated evil. Isn't that, in a way, a metaphor for social media companies?
Okay. All right. We'll try and take them all together.
Let me just comment on that. As you probably know,
there you go, Ronnie.
we've been at great loss to handle the opioid crisis and the players there until some financial pressure was brought to bear, right? So this goes back to your previous comment that sometimes the legal financial pressure is what makes people stop and listen.
And great journalism about it. Let us
Yeah.
not forget the great journalism.
That's true.
Yeah.
Ed, did you have a question?
Forgive me my naivete. I sit and listen. I'm fascinated by this discussion. I'm learning so much, and I keep hearing different things from different people, and they don't, for me, connect up. And I'm wondering why. Roni says, we can build better browsers. Chris says, the lawyers got all upset, and they said, nothing's happening, so we're going to make these Tallinn documents 1 and 2, and we'll do it ourselves. Laura says, look at the insurance companies. They're making rules about how we incentivize and disincentivize through how much we're going to charge for insurance. You can name many other instances like this. And I'm wondering, again, forgive my naivete, why are there no fora like this, discussion groups where representatives from these different communities and from government come and sit down, and the press talk to one another and say, you technologist, if you can build this, then I, insurance person, can do this with this, and you, company, can do da-da-da-da, so that it doesn't have to be done once or twice or 3 times. I come from the tech world where Google and Facebook and these people, they didn't sit down and say, well, they said, let's disrupt, let's make this thing, and 5 years later you have this big giant company. It seems to me strange, unusual, or maybe I just don't know enough that there aren't any more cross side connections and discussions.
You have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the financial incentives and wonder what kind of role advertisers can play in both the social media pollution space and maybe the cybersecurity hygiene space that, say, a Sony attack. If you're buying ad space on a show, you obviously don't want that show to be hacked and leaked, right? And same way, if you're advertising on social media, you want real eyes on it rather than bots and inauthentic accounts. So I just wonder if there's an effective way to bring them into the conversation as a financial lever.
Okay. Yeah. I think I've been given the 1 minute warning, which means you're done. So let me just sort of summarize on 2 topics. This has been a fascinating conversation. I think I want to thank you all for your questions. But this idea of the point that Ed made and Robert made, this idea of the crosswalk between technology and policy to where things actually happen, not just talk, but things actually happen. Is there the opportunity to create a test bed, a means of actually trying these different tech innovations to address policy goals, or vice versa, where tech innovations change the policy discussion, going both ways? Is that something that can be supported and funded? We have a number of foundation folks here. Perhaps that's something that's an interesting thought. But I just want to request my colleagues to have a concluding remark, and then we can have more conversation during the break. Start with Ronnie.
Just reacting to Ed's last comment, my understanding from Ambassador Mendelsohn is that these kind of meetings are, I wouldn't say rare, but not as common as they should be. But this one is a good start for something like that. So I think putting it on the table is one thing, but don't underestimate how much talking has to happen before things happen. So yeah, we're on our way there, but a good point.
Laura?
Chris and I were kind of laughing as we were walking over of how many disinformation conferences have you been invited to in the last 3 years, right? And Ed's question sort of makes a point of that. You know, we've been almost admiring or, looking at this problem for years now. And though for a lot of people in this room, it probably feels like we've been thinking about this for a decade or more in a lot of cases, and it's mutated with the way that media's changed and tech has changed, but so many of these underlying issues are still there. I think the real challenge is how do you get the right people who can start to respond to different pieces of this, know what's long term and what's short term, and kudos to this group to getting together, but the next step is the most important here. So. Thanks.
Chris, final.
So I'd say 2 things as they're waving the stop sign in the background. One is we need to disaggregate the problem a little bit. I mean, the point of this panel was not to talk so much about disinformation. We ended up talking about disinformation. So these are different things, and there are different solutions. So I think we need to think about how we can address these issues somewhat more granularly, okay? That's 1. 2, Sarah already said there's like 1,000, or Laura's already said there's like 1,000 of these different meetings, which is good, but we need to really make progress. And so it's good we're having these meetings. I've been to a bunch, you've been to a bunch, I think we've all been to a bunch, that try to bring these different communities together. But we need to actually have some actions out of them. And you don't have to solve everything. Just pick one or two things and work on that. Other people can work on other things. You don't have to have the one ring that rules them all. You can just look at the things you want to solve. So my advice is pick one or two things and start having at it.
So we began with Sony Pictures. We're ending with Lord of the Rings. So thank you again very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chris.
Sure, thank you.
That's great.
Excellent. Welcome to the almost last panel of the day, Technology and Foreign Interference, the View from Europe. We have a fabulous set of experts, diplomats, and we have a lot to learn, so I'm going to introduce them in the order from which we're going to hear from them. We're going to start first in Estonia. And there's a reason why we're starting in Estonia, other than its own fabulousness. It has to do with what happened in that country in April 2007. We are joined by His Excellency Jonathan Vseviov to talk about what happened in Estonia and how Estonia has become Estonia. We're then going to go to Her Excellency Karen Olofsdotter to talk about how Sweden has responded to the challenges it confronts from both Russian efforts to, hard to believe, shape a negative reputation of Sweden, and how Sweden has used non-tech approaches. Our conversation today has gone back and forth between tech responses to foreign interference in democratic and other institutions and the non-tech solutions. And probably this panel might err a little bit on the non-tech side. Next, we're going to turn to Jean-Baptiste Janier-Villemer to talk about the lessons from France, and specifically the 2017 election of President Macron and the efforts by the Russian government to try and affect that election, but how French citizens were held strong and what that lesson has for us to learn, particularly here in the United States. And finally, for the big picture and to bring us back to the issues of tech and policy, or tech versus policy, we're joined by Dr. Alina Polyakova to talk about the lag between development in technology and responses in policy. Some of my colleagues from Carnegie Mellon have been, I would say, maybe surprised or just observing that these tech policy dialogues haven't happened more often, and that there's a delay in, and I'm talking about Ed Hovey as he walks in the room, the delay between tech development and policy development, and that policy takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of talking, particularly if there are issues that policymakers don't understand well. And we are in an era of confronting a lack of public policy technologists. So that is one of the gaps that we definitely want to fill. So we're going to have a quick round through the panelists before opening it up for discussion. I'll be somewhat ruthless, although hopefully not undiplomatic, in moving us along so that we can be sure of having that conversation. We have just about a little bit over an hour to have this conversation. So let's start in Estonia. And let's start, Jonathan, with the issue of your country had one of the first cyber attacks, maybe the first major cyber attack where the internet was brought down. You were already, as a government, well on your way to understanding and wrapping yourselves around the internet. But you've made considerable advances, and anybody who is lucky enough to be a guest in Estonia will recognize the kind of advances that you've had. What do you reckon, as we'd say, what do you reckon the world would look like if we had taken what happened to Estonia in 2007, not just more seriously, but really paid attention to it? And how has it evolved in your own thinking in Estonia as a result of what the Russians did? Thanks.
Well, thank you, and thank you all for being here. I understand we're approaching the end of the day. You're the last survivors, so congratulations. And I only have a few minutes, so I can't go into detail. So I'll just mention the big themes that we learned in 2007, before and after. So indeed, in 2007, we had the first wave of cyber attacks that the modern world knows of. And they're significant for a number of reasons. First, obviously, being that we are a very internet-dependent society. Already back then, Estonia had built up what we consider to be the first digital nation in the world. Just to give you a few ideas, I mean, we literally, almost all of the interaction between the citizen and the government takes place online. We're very proud of the fact. We even vote online. We do our taxes online in usually less than 2 or 3 minutes. We sign documents in a legally binding way with a digital signature. So most often when the president signs bills into law, she does not use a pen and a paper. She uses the digital ID. So obviously very proud of our digital backbone. And that obviously means that cyber security is of paramount importance. And in 2007, what we experienced were not very sophisticated attacks against government networks. These have happened before in other parts of the world, are happening every day today. And that's not necessarily newsworthy, that your military or intelligence or law enforcement officers or their servers come under attack. What happened to us in 2007 was that the target was not the government. The target was the society. It was bringing down, newspaper websites, individuals' emails, the stuff that people actually use. And the fact that the military or the intelligence services databases were functioning perfectly mattered little, because people could not access their online banking, they couldn't access news, and so on and so forth. So we recognize that this is indeed a whole of society problem. Now, there are a number of false conceptions around what happened in 2007. One is that this was a cyber event. It was not. It was part of a wider effort to destabilize the Estonian society and strive towards breaking Estonia from its allies in the West, creating disunity in the Western alliance. So it was obviously the cyber dimension that matters, but also a very aggressive propaganda effort, both vis-a-vis the Estonian population, but also, equally importantly, the wider world. There was a foreign policy aspect to it. There were other aspects to it. So it's always part of the bigger picture. Secondly, obviously the 2007 events heightened the level of attention we and our colleagues and allies in NATO and the European Union, the level of attention we paid to cyber issues. It would be, however, false to assume that a cyber attack is just something that concerns the computers and the servers and the bits and bytes and the ones and zeros. When cyber is utilized by a government, as was the case in 2007, this is not just a natural phenomenon that is taking place, not just an accident of some sorts. There's always a human being behind the attack with his or her own cost-benefit analysis and decision-making process. So if you want to deal effectively with cyber challenges, then you need to address not the computer part, even though that's important as well, and there are technicians working on that, but obviously also the political part, the human being that's behind the attack. And you need to affect the cost-benefit analysis of that person or group of people who have decided to test your society's resilience. Now, we have become better at all of this in the years since. In 2007, we were successful in convincing friends and allies that the digital domain matters, but we were not successful in convincing our Western friends of the fact that this is now a pattern. Mm-hmm. This is something that it was not an isolated incident regarding a statue in Estonia. This is part of Russia's foreign policy, Russia becoming more assertive, more active on the international stage. So fast forward 1 year, 2008, Georgia, part of the same storyline, but we weren't successful after that either. After a few weeks of dominating the news cycle, the Russian narrative started to gain traction, and the narrative that the Russians were pushing was not one of an alternative explanation to what had happened. The aim was not to convince us of their version of the facts. The goal was to confuse us into paralysis, something that we see with the use of propaganda, not only in the recent past, but also starting from decades ago. So 2008 brought the importance of the military aspect to the discussion. And then obviously fast forward to Crimea, Eastern Ukraine, elections interference. And now I think we in the West are in consensus when it comes to what the threat is, that this is not a misunderstanding of sorts or a set of isolated events. When you look at the NATO leaders meeting last week and the declaration that they issued and the wording on Russia, this is actually the strongest wording that NATO in an official document which is consensus based, obviously, has used on when describing how we assess Russia. It's not a challenge, not an issue, it is a threat to Euro-Atlantic security. So we've come a long way when it comes to that. I don't know what would have been had we been faster, whether we had been maybe able to avoid some of the further escalatory steps. What I do, however, want to conclude with is this notion that I think is critical in politics, in military affairs, obviously also in foreign policy, and there's this notion of a necessity for proactiveness. We've been pretty good at reacting, even though you could probably find areas where we've been not as fast as we would have liked to, but we're certainly on the right path. But as is known and has been known for centuries, a precondition for success is initiative. And one of the things I would consider when dealing with foreign interference, assuming again that there is a human being behind the interference, that it's not a machine that just decided to somehow interfere with our democracies, the question is how do you move from being reactive to possibly also presenting some kind of a proactive policy line? And if we do not intend to do that consciously, then we need to spend a lot of time and a lot of effort thinking through our sort of theory for success or strategy for success by reacting only. It's probably doable, but it would require a lot more strategizing than what we've been able to do. So if interested in how it all got started, I would certainly look at the 2007 and Estonian experience, but I would also go back in history, leaving aside new technologies, looking at the methods from 1917 on. There's not much that's strikingly new in this game here.
Thank you so much for setting the context of what we call the new Russian foreign policy, which is really the old parts of the old Soviet foreign policy. But let's turn to Sweden. This is hard because a lot of citizens, either they're too young, they don't remember what the Soviet Union was like, they don't know anything about Russian foreign policy. Sweden has been blessed to not experience war for 200 years. And yet you are also on the front line. And there's good research that's been done that has suggested the Kremlin had Sweden in its sights as you went into the 2018 elections. So, Karin, why don't you tell us about how Sweden has responded?
Thanks a lot, and thank you really for inviting me, and I of course agree with everything that Jonathan said. Well, we look at this from, I want to stress two things today. First is that the influence operations that we see on our country and globally, I think, that targets us all, we must see that in a wider concept and a wider context. It's an ongoing kind of way of Russia to show its dominance in Europe, create instability, and so on. So we must look at the why is Russia acting the way it is. I mean, Russia for us is the biggest threat in this. There are other countries that could be, or other actors that can also be seen on the scene, but just for today's discussion and also what we are mostly focusing in my country. And that is, of course, to destabilize the European security order. So that's the why in our analysis. And then when it comes to the second highlight I would like to do is this proactive stance that you talked about, Jonathan. We are really taking that very seriously, and we are going back to our old concept of total defense that we had during the Cold War. So we are kind of revamping or dusting off the way we were operating during the Cold War. So first issue then, as I said, looking at the why, and as we are where we are and Estonia is where it is as well, we look at how Russia tries to interfere in our domestic affairs and in our policy development. And we think that this is really part of, as I said, a bigger scheme for Russia to destabilize the European security order. And we must see it in the context of the attack on Estonia, then the cyber attack, Russia's withdrawal from the CFE treaty, the breaches of the INF treaty, Ukraine 2014, illegal annexation of Crimea, what's going on in eastern Ukraine, and all these issues. So this is just another way of operating, and part of the whole toolbox that we see from Russia. So actually, I was just at the Reagan Forum, National Defense Forum in Los Angeles, and they had done a survey. 23% of Americans think that Russia is an ally. That's quite severe. And particularly strong among young people, I think. So this is something, I mean, we see how this interference has really worked in a way.
I think it was actually of uniformed service people. It was even more striking.
Yeah, maybe it was. I don't know that detail. A large
percentage of U.S. military service people completely misunderstanding where Russia was.
Yeah, no, scary. And this, of course, even shows even more how much we must work with this disinformation and tackle it, because it can really, as I said, destabilize our political situation domestically as well. So then to be proactive, and what do we do about this? Our approach is, as I said, to dust off and revamp and renew the total defense concept that we had during the Cold War, which we then, when we thought times were happier in the 90s, we scrapped and put in the dustbin. We are going back to a conscript army. We are reinforcing our defense, but as I said, also the total defense concept, which is really a whole of society concept, where actually every Swede between the age of 16 and 70 can be called in for civil duty, for instance, in in times of crisis. We look at how which business sectors are crucial for the preservation of Sweden in times of crisis. We are reintroducing, or again installing, an agency for psychological defense, and that main task will be, of course, information operations, but also, as its task was during the Cold War, to keep the spirits up for defending the country. We have sent out the brochure to all Swedish households on what you should think about in times of crisis, also with a part of it related to information operations. In the old days, this used to be part of the telephone book, but as we don't have telephone books anymore, we have this new brochure. So we have experience in how we did all this. So we are just looking at what we did during those days and going back to it. Also, just briefly, when it comes to the elections we had that you talked about, we prepared that in a very hands-on way. So we had the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency, which Ella, my colleague here, is representing, together with the intelligence community, the election authority, the police, and county regional boards. They established operational formats where they shared information between each other when it comes to this kind of information operations. We educated over 10,000 public servants and over hundreds of communicators in different sectors of the Swedish society that we thought were crucial to this. So the awareness about information operations was huge in Sweden at the time. We also took up or published a handbook on how to handle this. There's even a comics magazine for children about the world's kindest and strongest bear, how he tackles this with information operations. So it's also going back to or teaching children early on how to value information. How do you judge information? And our Prime Minister made a public announcement that he would call out any actor that tried to interfere in our elections. So we did not see any major influence on our elections, no concerted long-term attempt from mostly the Russians to interfere in our elections. Of course, it's hard to say exactly why that didn't happen. Maybe we're not interesting enough, or they saw that we had prepared so well, or they maybe realized that it could be counterproductive as well. Because our analysis is that one of the biggest worries for Russia is that Finland and Sweden would join NATO. And if it was known that Russia would interfere in our elections, maybe the the support for joining NATO would go up. So there are many reasons for this. Setting election time aside, we see constant kind of attacks or trying to influence our country. And that is to discredit the liberal, social liberal way of life that we have in Sweden. 50% of the articles on Sputnik relating to Sweden are about migration, anti-migration. So there are a lot of aspects of Swedish society that are targeted as too liberal, or Sweden is basically imploding as a country, and our values and so on from the Russian side. And this is a way, of course, to try to destabilize and push for another European security order.
Yes, this issue of the liberal social order that's inside Sweden, as opposed to what it is that the Kremlin, the church in Russia are trying to advance. Let's turn to France. Jean-Baptiste.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, and thank you for having me today. So as you know, the wake-up call for us was the so-called Macron leaks operation during the 2017 presidential election, where Macron was facing Marine Le Pen, the far-right candidate. And this operation was made of a disinformation campaign and a hack and leak operation. So I published an Atlantic Council report on that a couple of months ago in June. So if you want more details, then you can read the report, but I will give you a few elements now. So the disinformation campaign came from both the Kremlin media, RT and Sputnik, and the American alt-right, mostly on 4chan, Reddit, and Discord. It was about political attacks, the usual populist narratives, what you said on migration. We have the same issue in France, obviously, and personal attacks as well on Macron, the age difference with his wife, rumors about him being homosexual, etc. And that included, interestingly, the production of fake documents, among which PDFs supposedly proving that he had an offshore account in the Bahamas, which was false. So the hack and leak operation now came a bit later. More than 21,000 emails plus other documents were stolen from computers of 5 of Macron's associates. So it was not coming actually from Macron's emails, but from 5 of his closest associates. What was found was not incriminating at all. So what they did is that they added fake messages, fake emails about cocaine, homosexuality again, etc., before leaking all of them. So that's why it falls into the category of what is called a tainted leak. It's a leak that was manipulated before being released. And it was released 48 hours before the second and final round of the election. And it was just hours on a Friday night before the election silence period. And the goal was to mute Macron's defense, Macron's team response, and the traditional media. So the hashtag Macron leaks was pushed by bots on Twitter. It reached 500,000 tweets in only 24 hours. As far as attribution is concerned, there is still no official attribution, but it's normal because we don't do that in France. We don't attribute. It was the case already for the TV5 cyber attack in 2015. But most observers and private security companies, they recognized an APT-28 operation. And according to new evidence published by Le Monde newspaper a couple of days ago, so it's interesting that we discuss this now, researchers from Google and FireEye confirmed the involvement of not only APT-28 but Sandworm as well. So these two groups of hackers, as you know, are linked to the GRU, the Russian military intelligence, and therefore it confirms the involvement of the Russian state. However, it's only half of the story, because another lead points to an American neo-Nazi named Andrew Arnheimer. And there are actually two categories of actors in the Macron leaks operation. You have the Russian state on the one hand, but also the American alt-right. And the important thing in terms of attribution is to understand that they are not mutually exclusive. The question being, to what extent did they work together, or is it only some kind of convergence of interests? So we were lucky this time. We were lucky because we got attacked after the US. So in a way, we saw it coming. We could prepare. Also because the attackers were sloppy and they made a number of mistakes. They did not anticipate Macron. Macron was also in a way too young to be dirty. There was not a lot of stories about him. Nothing incriminating was found in the emails. The timing was bad. And there was also a cultural clumsiness. You don't use the gay card in France. It may work in Russia or for American conservatives, but it does not work at all in France. No one cares about Macron being gay. And I don't think he is, but it's not the point. Also, they used English mostly. The hashtag was Macron leaks. It was not fuite, Macron fuite or something like this in French. They used English, which is not the best way to penetrate a French audience. That is known not to be very good at foreign languages, right? So, and another explanation of this success, if you like, is that Le Pen was easy to beat. Macron consistently polled at 25 points above, higher than her, so he would have won anyway, with or without such an operation. However, the next time, with a more sophisticated attack, with a more socially acceptable far-right candidate, there will be a smaller margin, and such an operation could be decisive, and that's why we need to prepare. So what I'd like to do now is to give you 6 lessons learned, or what we need for democratic resilience, what we learned from this episode. So number 1 is obviously, but it's obvious, global awareness. And when I say global awareness, I mean both within the state and among the population, because we think among the population that there is a lot of education to be made within the state as well, and I see it from my position. So I'm with the French Ministry of Defense, and I know that from the internal administration there is work to do. So media literacy, critical thinking, special training sessions for journalists. You mentioned what you do with the civil servants. So for a previous report, which was called Information Manipulation, that we published in 2018, we toured a lot of countries in Europe. And from my experience, the MSB is the best. And I'm not saying this because... Yes, the MSB is a Swedish agency, and I'm not saying that because I'm seated next to you, Madam Ambassador, but it's really what they're doing is impressive in terms of global awareness, and we have a lot to learn from them. We need more research as well, which is funding for PhDs, funding for postdocs, and we need to work on the concepts. So the concept we use in France is information manipulation. We don't like fake news. We don't really use disinformation. We like better information manipulation. I can explain that later if you'd like. Number 2 is to have and develop strong public and neutral institutions like Electoral Commission, Media Regulatory Authority, National Cybersecurity Agency. This is what worked in the case of France, and Canada learned from that because they created something similar to our Electoral Commission in their plan to fight election meddling that they presented last January. Number 3 is legislation. So we passed a law in November 2018, but that is limited to electoral periods. I can also give you more details on the law, but I don't think it's satisfactory because we should not focus on elections only, and this is a mistake that most of the governments do. Number 4 is creating a dedicated structure within the state to deal with these threats. So the problem you have in the US is not that you don't have a dedicated structures in a way is that you have too many of them, and you have an issue of coordination between the GEC, between Homeland, the Pentagon, and others. In Europe, we have different issues. So the MSB is a great model. Australia is interesting as well because they created recently a national coordinator for countering interference. And another interesting discussion that we can have regarding maybe China, not Russia, is the gray area between interference and influence. So that's what we don't have in France at the moment. We improved coordination, but we don't have a dedicated structure. So we are a couple of people inside the administration trying to convince others that we need to create this. But there are basically 2 obstacles. One is bureaucratic politics, tough battles between ministries. To which ministry do you attach this new institution? And another one is budget. So number 5 is a productive and reactive civil society, and I think it's actually the most important part. This is what worked in the case of France, in the case of the Macron leaks, because anything the states will do will always be questioned. So the mistake most people do is to believe that we're in information warfare, and therefore that it's enough to correct the information to get the facts right. But as long as we've got the facts and our adversaries got the good stories, we will lose. This is something Ben Nemo explained quite well when he was here with the Atlantic Council. And he said very clearly, we're not in an information warfare, but in a narrative warfare. So I think this is the most important lesson that we need to learn. That it means that we need to push stories as well. And this is why we need resources like DFL Lab. This is why we need resources like Bellingcat, because they detect, they analyze, and they write whodunit stories. And these whodunit stories become the story. So in the case of the Macron leaks, why it worked is because people lost interest in the content of the leaks. Because they were interested in who did that, who was behind the leak. So this is how we should shift the attention of the audience when we are attacked. So what we need is a DFR lab in French, and this is something that we're working on. Number 6 is international cooperation. It's necessary, of course. So you would tell me we have tools already. We have the EU, and there are things happening at the EU and within the EU. NATO, at Brussels and Riga as well. We have the G7. We have intelligence sharing, we have the bilateral relationships, but actually none of these formats is satisfactory. So what we need to create is some kind of an alliance of democracies to share good practices in terms of resilience. And I think we shouldn't stay in the comfort of the transatlantic community, which is another common mistake. Because there is strong expertise in Asia Pacific. I think of Taiwan, Australia, but also Singapore, even though technically they're not, I would say, as democratic as the others. Still, they're very interesting in terms of expertise. And we should not forget about the Middle East, Israel. And finally, I would highlight 3 main challenges. The first, I think, is not Russia, but the first challenge is bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is our daily adversary. When we need to be flexible, when we need to be transversal, interministerial, innovative, reactive, fast, the inertia of our administrations is actually the best advantage of our adversaries. 2 is technological democratization. So artificial intelligence, deepfakes, and the others, you know about that. What is interesting is that they are not widely used now. But it's not because the technology is not ready. The technology actually is ready. It's because the attackers don't need it. They can use much basic forms of disinformation. It works. Why bother with artificial intelligence and deepfakes? It does not mean that we should not prepare, because it will come. And number 3 is what I would call geopolitical diversification. So we need to think not only in terms of Russia and other states. China, we're working on China at the moment. Our next report will be on China. Iran, we have an interesting example involving Iran in France a couple of weeks ago, but also non-state actors, alt-right, far-right, populist movements, and we also need to think in terms of proxyization, the use of proxies, in particular in Africa. And here I'd like to insist that we see at the moment, these last weeks, a lot of disinformation in the Sahel against the French military, against the Barkhane operation. And I believe it will increase in 2020 because we'll start drone strikes. We are arming our drones at the moment. And this is great material for disinformation, drone strikes. So the question is to know to what extent this is endogenous, because there is a strong post-colonial resentment anyway, or this is manipulated by a third party, that could be Russia and China. Russia is very active on Mali at the moment. They're active physically. We know that the Wagner paramilitary is already there, for example, in Mali. But also last interesting information is that Sputnik is currently trying to be a partner for the Bamako Forum, which is like a decision-making highest level forum that will happen next February. And Sputnik would like to partner with them. And Mali could accept this because Sputnik is convincing and their media are already widely used in Western Africa. So it does not look good.
Thank you, Jean-Baptiste. Very interesting. We've got a lot of big policy questions we're going to circle back to, but we're going to go first to Alina.
So thank you so much for organizing this event to both institutions and to Ambassador Mendelson. It's really just wonderful to be on this panel with, first of all, Estonia and Sweden, the two countries I think have been at the forefront of understanding what to do about information manipulation, how to respond. And even though Sweden has already been fully covered as one of the countries to look to for lessons learned, I just want to reemphasize that again. The Civil Contingencies Agency, known as the MSB, I think has developed what is the most comprehensive strategy I have seen in terms of responding to information manipulation, also building resilience to it as well. But before I get to my main comments on the lag that we see in the tech policy space, I wanted to go back to the mention of the poll on military families, because there's been a conversation online on Twitter happening between political scientists on the flawed nature of this poll. And so I think just the way Jim Colby is the political scientist who brought up some of these methodological issues, and I actually think it doesn't tell us as much as we think it does. If you look at some of the problems with the survey, and Gallup has done a similar poll a few months ago, which just slightly different wording using friendly instead of ally, for example, that results in completely different outcomes. So I'm not trying to lower our concern when it comes to info ops, but I think it's in this particular environment, given the sensitivity of this issue, it's important for us as researchers to be kind of aware of some of the limitations of this data that we're looking at instead of jumping to conclusions, which I think can be quite tempting to do sometimes. Anyway, so I don't think it's as bad as it sounds based on that survey. But to go back to our conversation, Sarah, you mentioned that there's a lag that we see between the development of technologies, the adaptation, mainstreaming of those technologies, and the policy responses we develop to them. And I think that's one key lag that I'll say a few words about. But I think the second lag I see is, of course, between Europe and the United States in terms of how policy is crafted and even how we're thinking about regulatory frameworks. And I think to that extent, we're also limited in the US, even if we had the political will, let's say, to be able to implement what are some of the best practices from Europe regardless. So I'll say a couple of words on that as well. So on the first gap on the tech policy space, I think when we think about the fact that Facebook is 15 years old and we still don't have any regulation on social media, I think that tells you a lot about how slow the bureaucracy is, as Jean-Baptiste pointed out, to respond to the rapid development and implementation and then mainstreaming and kind of wider spread of technology. And so by the time we do get regulatory responses, we are starting to get those in Europe anyways, not so much in the United States, the new suite of technological tools has already arrived. And so we're constantly in this catch-up game that is very, very active, which is a tendency of governments to react versus think much more strategically and proactively. But I think the danger is that we're going to be stuck in this kind of whack-a-mole for a very long time unless we start looking far more to the future on how emerging technologies in the AI field, but not just in the AI field, also in quantum computing and its implications for cryptography, effective computing, ambient computing, all of these sets of technologies and their tools that I think most people here in the room know more about than I do. But I think we need to start thinking much more strategically about how do we craft policies that are basically not dead in the water the second they're implemented. And some of the work that we're doing at Brookings in this space is trying to narrow some of that gap. And that goes directly to the point that Jean-Baptiste made. He's also part of this work as our representatives from Estonia and Sweden. There's a reason for that. To try to bring together a coalition of like-minded democracies at an informal level. That includes stakeholders from the industry, from the private sector, from governments across the transatlantic community and from the research community to start to have this conversation about how do we actually craft a policy response that is not as context, they can be adapted to specific contexts, but that is much more broadly about democratic defense and democratic strategy than it is about the specific context of our own societies. And I think this is kind of the way forward that I see. And so far, I have to say that the conversations we've had have been incredibly useful, and I actually find that while we often hear a lot of criticism of social media companies and other companies that they're not doing enough, I actually have found them to be quite receptive to having these conversations at different levels. But the fact that they're there and they're at the table and they're engaging, I think is important. So I think that's one gap that I see a lot of us in the nonprofit world, in the think tank world, but also in industry and the public sector trying to engage on. How do we start to build these informal coalitions if we don't have the formal structures? I will say that I see some potential future in the Paris call and the kind of coalition that is seeking to build, not just around this specific issue, but around a broader set of issues. And I'm curious to see how that develops going forward. But I think the other gap that I'll just quickly mention, that I already started talking about a little bit, is the notion that the regulatory frameworks that we're now seeing coming out of Europe, some legislation that's been mentioned, including in France, also in Germany, and elsewhere, cannot actually be replicated in the US for one basic reason. It's primarily focused on content regulation and controls and content moderation measures, which I think, again, replicates this whack-a-mole model. Because the more, even if we could agree on what content we don't want to see in the online space, that's really what we're talking about. We're not just talking about social media content, we're really talking about the whole of the digital domain that is less clear than things like extremism, violence, child pornography, et cetera, that we can all agree should not appear. Once we go one level below that to this gray zone of information manipulation or disinformation, however we define the term, it becomes really, really difficult to identify content that we could agree should be taken down. And even if we do somehow agree on what constitutes protected versus illegal content, it's so much easier to put stuff up than it is to take it down. So we're always going to be in this kind of constant lag and this constant catch up. And I think on top of that, because of this focus on content moderation, and because in the United States we have a much more expansive view of protected speech, like hate speech, for example, is protected in the First Amendment here, a lot of the lessons learned from the European context just cannot even be discussed in the United States. And so the conversation we're having here is very different, right? It's about antitrust primarily. That's kind of the hot debate right now. It's about setting up an independent regulator, perhaps, which is also a conversation happening at the EU level, but in a very different way. So I think a way to get beyond this is to stop focusing on content controls and to really get us to think through what is a regulatory framework that looks at the distribution mechanisms of that content actually look like. And this was also something that came up on the last panel, but what we're talking about here is content is basically not the problem, it's an indicator of a problem. The problem is the actual delivery mechanism behind it. And if we start to look under the hood a little bit, this question goes far beyond, I think, even algorithmic transparency and data use. It goes into a huge industry of not just online advertising, but kind of these ad mediator companies that match individuals with the ad providers in this bidding war that happens like at a millisecond level. And I can guarantee none of us have ever heard of all of these companies. And it's a huge, huge business. I don't know how large it is. I think most people don't know. I've seen only a couple of papers that really outlines every single step in this content delivery process. One paper that I really recommend to everyone, it's called Digital Deceit, by two researchers. One is at Harvard now, but used to be at, I believe, Facebook before that, that actually names the companies involved. And it's a completely unregulated, open environment. And I think we are much more familiar with the platforms because we use them, right? But they're just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this problem. And so I think this is where we need to start focusing. And I have seen some proposals from Congress, especially from Senator Warner, that starts to look at, I think, what they call dark patterns and how to identify those. But I think there's so much more there that can be done to start to identify the links in this chain. And and then finding solutions for how to break each one of these little links, right? And those can come from existing laws around privacy or fraud, for example, or they may warrant a new kind of legislative effort. So I will just put that out there in terms of the kinds of gaps we see between what Europe is doing and will continue to do. I think it's going to be very interesting to see where the Commission goes. The new Commission with the Digital Services Act that's supposedly in development. I'm a little bit concerned about how they split up the digital portfolio in the Commission, but again, bureaucracy is our enemy here. And I think on the other hand, kind of thinking through what is a strategy versus a tactical policy looks like when it comes to addressing future threats from emerging technologies. Thank you.
Well, we've had great discipline from our panelists, which means that we have some time for conversation. I'm going to start us off with a little bit of a challenge, which is I'm glad there was a strong NATO document. That's good, but I don't see a strong consensus, at least in this country, on what I would call, or I think you called it, the narrative warfare. Somebody called it narrative warfare. When we have members of Congress and the president questioning and replicating narratives that are coming from the Kremlin, it worries me that we don't have this consensus. So my question is, number one, is the lack of consensus by definition one of the big problems? If we can't be clear on naming what happened, doesn't that in part suggest that they won in terms of confusion over the narrative? But also, I'm confused why it is that on my cable package I have an RT, or in my car there is Sputnik radio. And there's no clear indication of what this is. If I didn't know anything about Russia, I'd be listening, and Sputnik would be normal. We've talked about Facebook and Twitter and various social media platforms that we know or we don't know, but this is on just regular platforms, media, as opposed to, or inserts in newspapers. So what are our thoughts on that, and whether the lack of consensus is actually a problem? And then please think of what your questions are for these panelists. Anybody want to go first?
Can I?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you again. I think that's a crucial question. In my humble opinion, I do not think that lack of consensus within our society is a problem in of itself. I mean, this is what makes us different. We're democracies. It's natural to have a debate, and I think we don't want to see that as a problem. I do, however, want to emphasize a point I made earlier. I don't think strongly enough. So I'm going to remake the point. If you hear it for the second time, then I did a good job. If you hear it for the first time, I didn't do a good job in my opening remarks. If a private company violates my privacy online or elsewhere, spams me with ads, bugs me with their products I don't want to know anything about, I think that is solely a problem for the regulators and the domestic legislation we have in place for regulating that sort of behavior. If another power, as part of their foreign policy, attacks our society with the aim of destabilizing either the international order or our own societies from within, that can be also partly a regulator issue, but it clearly is also a foreign policy problem. No attack derives or comes from the technology. There is a human being behind the technology. And I don't think we can solve this without taking this into consideration. We need to affect not just the way technology works. These ads don't just pop up. These narratives are not just created. This is not a natural phenomenon. This is man-made, and there is a person on the other side making this. So, in my opinion, attribution is obviously important, and there are two ways of deterring. In most modern, theories, deterrence by denial, which clearly hasn't worked very well. We haven't been able to deny these activities. Deterrence by punishment, both to a large extent, but deterrence by punishment almost 100%, dependent upon our ability to attribute the attack. So we, at least in my opinion, we attach high value to our ability to not just tell the counter story, expose the lies, regulate the marketplace, but also to the aspect of attribution and making this into a foreign policy problem, which it is.
Thank you. I agree with everything Jonathan said, and I think one of the crucial things we must do, I mean, coming to the foreign policy narrative and how do we assess the information we get, and it is really going back to the basic of education. We must start extremely early. I was kind of joking about this cartoon, but it's not actually a joke. And how do we go back to teaching, our kids critical thinking, evaluation of information, and so on? And this is, of course, a long journey that we need to do. Another challenge that we have with our society, is how our society is used for political means in other countries, to show what a liberal, too liberal society would mean if you would go that way. So I was ambassador in Hungary before, and this maybe sounds a bit stupid story, but in one of the big women's magazine, there was like 4 pages on an article on what feminism has brought to the Swedish men and how terrible that was. I mean, now, okay, excuse my language, but Swedish men were basically not having sex anymore because the women were so strong. There was legislation being passed in our parliament that men were not allowed to stand up when they went to the bathroom. I mean, things like this. And and given that the perception of Sweden is liberal, this is used by forces to say what kind of society you should have, and in this sector it's extremely hard to be in front of that. So this is also something we need to think about. How do we tackle that, because it's used in other countries.
Really, Swedish feminism is getting under the skin of perhaps some Russian generals. So that's very interesting. Any other comments before we open it up?
I don't have much to add. I agree with Jonathan that the problem is not the lack of consensus. The lack of consensus is on the contrary the symptom of our democratic nature. So we need to value that. And we need to focus not on reaching consensus, which is impossible in our democratic societies. We need to focus on convincing the right people, knowing that it will always be impossible to convince maybe 10, 15, 20% of the population who believes in conspiracy theories, who watch RT and Sputnik. I think we should just get rid of this ambition of convincing everyone and focus on the decision-making level. If we want to get results.
And the resilience piece that both ambassadors have mentioned and Jean-Baptiste mentions one of his lessons learned in terms of education. I think this is much easier said than done, especially, again, going to the United States, scaling this for the U.S. context, meaning implementing a national level media literacy digital skills program is basically impossible here because of the decentralized nature of our schooling systems here. They're so highly localized and are privatized as well to an extent to which most European systems are not. And I would say even in wealthy countries that have a highly standardized school curriculum where they can make these kinds of changes en masse, it's still incredibly difficult. I was, just as a quick anecdote, I was in Germany a few months ago for a bit of a little tour around the country on disinformation issues, and I don't usually meet with teachers, but I had the chance to meet with teachers from one of the western provinces who were all teaching, one of these gymnasium, which is basically preparatory schools for university, so very good students supposedly, or ideally. And they were all incredibly frustrated, and I felt like I could not offer them anything because they came to me and said, we're being told that we're supposed to teach media literacy, but I'm a science teacher, I'm a geography teacher, I don't understand what that means, and we're being asked to design a curriculum for how we do that the state would then implement, and they're like, we need the training. We don't know what that means. And they said, we don't know what to do because our students come to us and they ask questions like, how do I know when a fact is a fact? Right? And they're like, we don't know how to answer those questions. And I thought they were really just quite lost. And not having education background myself, I couldn't offer them anything except to share their story more widely, because I do think often we talk about media literacy, digital skills, that should be a core part of a secondary education, but in practice, it's really difficult to do that, and it really differs by country context.
In the next session, we're going to talk about, I'm hoping we're going to talk briefly about sort of common threads from the conversation today and what next steps might be. And this issue of education has come up over and over and over again. And in some ways, it's sort of the opposite of, a high-tech response. We're talking about some very basic, not just media literacy, but there are no survey courses in most excellent American universities where they talk about either Soviet history, Russian history, the things that some of us took when we were in school. So all of this seems like it just was born yesterday, as opposed to has a very long tail. And trying to, and it feeds into this larger issue of, I've been a part of several fields that have collapsed. And unfortunately, I think I may be part of, yet again, democracy, human rights advancing around the world, that field collapsing. And it's quite stunning. When those fields collapse, it's not random. There's all sorts of donors and foundations that have pulled away. In this case, in addition, I think we're seeing some cratering of U.S. global leadership on these issues, and that is having a big impact. I want to see if there are general comments out there or questions for the yes, please, Ronnie.
Thank you. A couple comments for Dr. Polyakova. First, a silver lining to your last comment about the students who didn't have an answer to the question. I'm so happy they posed the question. The very fact of getting students to think about these questions and pose it is one step in a direction. But going back to your earlier comments about the difficulty of the legislative and regulatory process not keeping up with emerging technologies, I'm skeptical of trying to predict where technology would go. I think we have a horrible track record as predictors of technology. My question is, wouldn't it make more sense to try to focus on shortening the regulatory cycle and on changing the mindset of the regulatory and legislative and international cooperation cycle to, instead of trying to go for the sure thing, to do what is done in startups and businesses, to be wrong early and often? So to try different things, otherwise we will never be there. We must move our societal response to the same timescale as our technological development. Do you see a way of doing that?
No, thank you so much for your question. Good point on the student questions. And your question about the gap and how wide it is. I completely agree with you that policymakers, basically in any country, should not be tasked with predicting the evolution of technologies. Technologies are by nature disruptive. I think the reality we face is that our democratic processes and institutions were not established to be able to respond as quickly as technologies are developing. And that's why we're seeing some of the tensions we're seeing. And in fact, it takes a very long time to come up with any functioning regulatory framework, and it takes not just government action, though that can be a forcing mechanism. It also takes action from civil society, and it also takes kind of this public awareness campaign that we've all been talking about. And there are low-hanging fruit. I think we are, in fact, right now in a trial and error period. A lot of the things that I think are being tried on the policy space in Europe are problematic. Jean-Baptiste mentioned the French law, the German law, the Netz-DG. It's also problematic, it's being revised now. So people are trying things, government's trying things, and we're learning what works and what doesn't. So I think right now it's even difficult to say what are the best practices in terms of what actually works, because we don't yet know, because there hasn't been very much time that's passed. And I think there are some low-hanging fruit that are kind of short-term regulatory fixes, but I think in the long term that will save us for a short amount of time. So for example, privacy law. How do we think about how that applies in digital domain? Fraud law, right? I'm not an attorney, but these are some things that keep coming up. What is in the actual legal code that has been used to address previous issues in the traditional media environment that can be applied to the digital environment as well? So what we actually need is a mapping of the current legal mechanisms that we have so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? We don't have to build a new government bureaucracy as an independent regulator. We can use what we have on the books in the meantime until we get to a better solution. And one thing that I often point to is This may not seem like a logical analogy, but the entire anti-tobacco campaign in the United States, which took 60 years to reduce smoking rates in the U.S., was a success. It was incredibly effective by all measures. So if you look at information manipulation, foreign interference in the information environment as a public health threat, right? In a similar way in which tobacco and other unhealthy things are a public health threat, then there was a process that developed over time that involved all of these different interventions from different actors, but it took 60 years, right? But so that's just my point of saying it has to be a mixture of all of these things, the short-term fixes, plus broader strategic thinking on how do we actually develop resilience in the long term, and how do we actually try to revise some of our democratic processing institutions to be more responsive in a way they're not set up to do. I mean, this is actually my deep concern, is that our institutions are non-digital, right? They weren't established in the 21st century. And so we need to think about how can they be more responsive, because until we do that, I think I just foresee a lot of problems coming up as we progress in the era of artificial intelligence and related tech.
When I was at USAID, we ran a grand challenge for development around this issue of how do you get people inside government who oftentimes are really in a 19th century mode, listening and responding to citizens who are in a 21st century mode, and it's incredibly difficult to do. While you're talking about legislation, let's also mention beneficial ownership. While it wouldn't be a tech response, it's a larger response. We've got several cards and we've got a short period of time, and I also have 2 quick questions. So let's do a lightning round with Daryl first.
Just quickly along the lines that were just spoken about, I'm just wondering if there's more to be learned from history, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. I mean, I'm reading more and more about the incredible parallels to the invention of the printing press and the struggles society had following, huge changes in power structures and how information was shared, and actually how much disinformation there was propagated following the printing press.
I'm wondering if anybody's succeeded in getting an Interpol red notice out on a major hacker, and if so, was that person ever interdicted? If not, is that a direction we could go in sooner rather than later?
So I'm wondering about why focus so much on narrative.
Add 2 quick things to the agenda, and then we're going to go down the row. A question for you, coming out of Hungary. We didn't talk about it today, but there's been a lot of discussion about the role of civil society. Around the world, there's an epidemic of closing space around civil society, where laws, dozens of laws in countries have been passed to make it more difficult for civil society to thrive, and Hungary is one of many. Obviously, Russia has done this as well. Does that play a role here in any of the responses? People keep talking about the need for resilient and responsive civil society, and I worry about that. And finally, just so I understand, there is this alliance of democracies, a policy dialogue. One of the questions we're going to be talking about in the next session is whether or not there's needed another policy/tech dialogue, or is it okay? Do you guys have it? Or is there a need for more? We have a couple specific ideas of how. So we have history, the role of the printing press. I have a personal concern over red notices and the use of Interpol by many countries that aren't necessarily the most legal in nature. Kathleen's very smart questions, I think, that go to Alina. And then this issue of closing space, and then policy dialogues.
Thank you. I'll take maybe 2 questions. The first on history. I think you're right, and we should focus more on history, not only the printed press, but then that was like the first revolution, but then the second was the mass media, and the third is internet and the social media and the digital platforms. But we need to think also in terms of, is it a difference of degree or isn't a difference of nature, what we see today compared to these previous steps. And I think the speed makes it so different that even though it looks a degree, in practice, it's like nature. And you have this example of Operation Infection by the KGB, when they planted the fake story that the AIDS virus was a fabrication of the CIA. They did it in 1983 in an Indian newspaper, and it took 4 years until 87. It took 4 years for the story to reach a global audience. Same thing today. It takes a couple of hours to reach millions of people. So is it a difference of degree or nature? So looking at history, yes, but there are significant differences as well in terms of speed, and therefore in terms of responses. And second, on the diplomatic format, do we need more? Obviously, we have many formats already, but if you take the EU, why I said earlier that none of the current formats are satisfactory, because in the EU you have Hungary, for example, or you have states like Italy or Greece that don't see Russia like the Baltic states, for example. So the diversity of the EU makes it a difficulty. NATO, same thing. You have Turkey in NATO, and Turkey is very much interested in what's happening in Riga at the moment at the Stratcom Center, and they want to be part of it. And in Riga they are quite reluctant, but they don't have the legal means to say no, because Turkey is part of NATO. Then you have the G7. So I was with Alina a couple of weeks ago in Ottawa for a G7 meeting, and the problem of the G7 format is that you have two states, Italy and Japan, that are less interested in the subject because they think that it's not really a grave preoccupation for different reasons, Italy and Japan. So you have all these formats. They're not satisfactory. And so we need to create a new one that is based on like-minded democratic states, and that is different.
Thank you. The issue in history, I think, is when it comes to us, it's what I said earlier. We are reverting back to the methods and the structures we had before that we didn't think we would need anymore. So we are using the same kind of thinking about influence operations and so on, but of course having to adapt how we do it to modern technology and, like you said, speed. I think that's really, but luckily it's not that long ago, so big parts of the Swedish population still have this kind of thinking. It's at least the parent generation, and then of course we have to get the younger generation to realize it back. When it comes to civil society and shrinking space, this is of course is extremely worrying when NGOs become foreign agents or classified as foreign agents and so on. And if you have a weak civil society, of course there will be much less criticism on the information space, because people are not engaged, or it's not possible to be engaged in the same way, etc. So I think this is one of the most serious challenges to us today, that people feel that it's dangerous to be part of interest organizations, no matter what they are. So I find it so hard to accept or understand that this is actually going on within the European Union.
There's a big stop sign up there, and I need to run soon, so I'll be very brief. I think historical parallels are striking, not only with regards to what's going on in the information sphere, but also with regards to the way our economies function. People have obviously noticed geopolitical resemblances and so on and so forth. And I think this just points to the fact that the stuff that we've been discussing here matters a lot. We have to wake up. We have to recognize what the danger is. We have to mobilize everything that we have. This is not a think tank issue or a university issue or a Minister of Defense or Foreign Affairs issue. This goes to the core of our the way we function as societies. Two key words I want to emphasize: institutions, and I use this term in the widest possible meaning, the institution of the free media, including that are important, that we need to strengthen also in our national institutions. Obviously, I would like to have a like-minded group of nations organization. Until we get there, strengthening NATO, strengthening the European Union is obviously of paramount importance. And secondly, and I think Karin mentioned this earlier, education. Can't do without it, and should not be surprised. I mean, if you leave behind a segment of your society, leave them behind at an early age, then don't be surprised when 10, 15, 20 years later, you all of a sudden find out that you have a bunch of people who believe in the flat earth theory. I mean, this is what happens. So education is key.
Just very quickly, just on Kathleen's question, I think this question of anonymity online is really what you're getting at, whether or not the whole idea of having completely anonymous, unverifiable entities functioning in the online environment is even tenable anymore. And I think that is a part of the conversation. I don't think it's a real part of the conversation yet, but I think it's becoming very clear to me that this age of 1990s, all open, anonymous internet is just no longer viable, given the kinds of opportunities it provides for manipulation. So I think those are great ideas, but I think unfortunately not really at the top of the policy agenda right now.
Please join me in thanking our terrific panelists, and we're gonna roll in to, I think quite rapidly, to the closing session where I'm gonna pull forward some ideas and themes that we might think about. Ambassador Herbst is going to make some comments, and then we have delicious cookies and pastries and coffee for us to enjoy. So I'm between you and something sweet, which is never a great place to be, but maybe better than between you and a cocktail. But thank you so much. Okay. So my comments are in sort of three baskets. The first basket has to do, this is in the order of on the to-do list. The first basket is this issue of dialogue and closing the chasm, as somebody, I think it was you, Ed, who described, between the tech and policy folks. There's a lot that needs to happen in terms of that dialogue. I think one area that we might be looking at is the multiple centers of excellence that have popped up and whether or not they are truly as excellent as they say they are. There are lots of them in different places, and that seems like a natural place to bring together technologists and the policy community, sort of a Euro-Atlantic policy/tech dialogue. There were some comments made earlier in the day that there hadn't been any kind of real planning for what happened in the United States in 2016, which I find not only alarming, but I think it's worth thinking about whether or not we could do something different around planning. And it's somewhat akin to what Krishnan was talking about in terms of a test bed. The point is, how do you generate collective action on these issues? What does that look like? I was surprised by how much non-tech responses were mentioned as opposed to tech responses. I think the main tech response has to do with transparency in platforms, in tracing information, and moving towards the development of platforms that are much more transparent versus revenue generating or engagement generating. And I don't know how we do that or what that would look like, but that's a very interesting idea, in addition to stress testing the infrastructure for attacks. But so let me just close on the non-tech responses that are needed, which I would put under the broad category of Back to the Future. I think education, both in terms of literacy, public awareness, K through 8 was mentioned, but sort of more general public awareness, both in terms of the fact that a lot of this is not totally new. The method or the platform is new, but the active measures has a long, decades-long record in making sure that, including members of Congress, understand that this isn't quote, fake news, close quote, that this is all part of a larger issue. There's a lot of focus on civil society, and I worry that there's a lot of pressure on civil society that, civil society will solve these problems, when anybody who's worked in a nonprofit knows there are challenges to raising revenue to be able to do work in this space, not to mention the closing space issues. So it's a question of resource and how we deal with that. I think if we were to do nothing more, nothing less than convening on this issue of public education on these issues, I think that would be worthwhile. And I would like for colleagues to think about whether or not a very specific tech/policy Euro-Atlantic conversation in these NATO centers of excellence and the hybrid center of excellence in Helsinki would be worthwhile. So I will stop there.
Okay, thank you all for being here as we close right now. Thank you for Sarah. This is really her brainchild, and I think it was a wonderful event. And thank you to Heinz College and Carnegie Mellon University. Bringing in academics on this very, very important field is something long overdue, and Sarah's done that in a very, very thorough way. That's important. I think that the conversation today, and I apologize for missing parts of it, though there is this thing called the Normandy Summit going on today. I think this is ripe for further exploration. I think there should be additional sessions, as Sarah already outlined, and I hope we'll be able to maintain this partnership. I would just like to add one substantive comment to this, following up on Sarah's remarks. This is, as a political issue, an old problem, or a problem with a long lineage. And it's an issue which, in fact, the Russians are really good at. If you studied the Soviet Union and you studied Marxist-Leninism, you know they developed the concepts of both propaganda and agitation. One was for the masses, the other was for the educated classes. And so the whole issue of how to persuade your enemies or your adversaries, publics, to move in your direction is one they've got many, many decades of experience with. What's new is the technology and the way they go about pursuing this objective. So obviously, social media have become the main conduit for this plan, for this effort. And before, they used print media, they used movies, they used radio, and they used intellectual conferences. Those things are still part of the game, but they're actually secondary today. And what this means is that before, you could combat this problem principally with a combination of some government work, and especially government work which pulled in intellectuals. But today, it's a much broader problem, requiring a much broader effort. And what we're finding is our still, the inability we still have to manage these social media is an impediment to getting a grasp on this problem. And I don't have a brilliant idea for addressing that. I'm not certain. There probably is one out there, and we'll have to find it. But this is something that has to be addressed within the broader context of how we manage social media. Because one thing we don't want to do is mess with our long-established freedoms in an effort to deal with this very specific problem. Anyway, Sarah, thank you very much. And thank you all for coming.